Second, together with the forced displacement, Israel's conduct has been deliberately calculated to cause widespread hunger, dehydration, and starvation. Israel's campaign has pushed Gazans to the brink of famine. An unprecedented 93% of the population in Gaza is facing crisis levels of hunger. Of all the people in the world currently suffering catastrophic hunger, more than 80% are in Gaza. The situation is such that the experts are now predicting that more Palestinians in Gaza may die from starvation and disease than airstrikes. And yet Israel continues to impede the effective delivery of humanitarian assistance to Palestinians, not only refusing to allow sufficient aid in, but removing the ability to distribute it through constant bombardment and obstruction. Just 3 days ago, on 8 January, a planned mission by UN agencies to deliver urgent medical supplies and vital fuel to a hospital and medical supply center was denied by Israeli authorities. This marked the 5th denial of a mission to the center since 26 December, leaving 5 hospitals in northern Gaza without access to life-saving medical supplies and equipment. Aid trucks that are allowed in are seized upon by the hungry. What is provided is simply not enough. Madam President, members of the court, this is an image of an aid truck arriving in Gaza. Third, Israel has deliberately inflicted conditions in which Palestinians in Gaza are denied adequate shelter, clothes, or sanitation. For weeks, there have been acute shortages of clothes, bedding, blankets, and critical non-food items. Clean water is all but gone, leaving far below the amount required to safely drink, clean, and cook. Accordingly, the WHO has stated that Gaza is experiencing soaring rates of infectious disease outbreaks. Cases of diarrhea in children under 5 years of age have increased 2,000% since hostilities began. When combined and left untreated, malnutrition and disease create a deadly cycle. The 4th genocidal act under Article 2B is Israel's military assault on Gaza's healthcare system, which renders life unsustainable. Even by 7 December, the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to health noted that the healthcare infrastructure in the Gaza Strip has been completely obliterated. Those wounded by Israel in Gaza are being deprived of life-saving medical care. Gaza's healthcare system, already crippled by years of blockade and prior attacks by Israel, is unable to cope with the sheer scale of the injuries. Finally, the UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls has pointed to acts committed by Israel that would fall under the 4th category of genocidal acts in Article 2D of the Convention. On 22 November, she expressly warned the following: the reproductive violence inflicted by Israel on Palestinian women, newborn babies, infants, and children could be qualified as acts of genocide under Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, including imposing measures intended to prevent births within a group. Israel is blocking the delivery of life-saving aid, including essential medical kits for delivering babies, in circumstances where an estimated 180 women are giving birth in Gaza each day. Of these 180 women, the WHO warns that 15% are likely to experience pregnancy or birth-related complications and need additional medical care. That care is simply not available. In sum, Madam President, all of these acts, individually and collectively, form a calculated pattern of conduct by Israel, indicating a genocidal intent. This intent is evident from Israel's conduct in specially targeting Palestinians living in Gaza, using weaponry that causes large-scale homicidal destruction, as well as targeted sniping of civilians, designating safe zones for Palestinians to seek refuge, and then bombing these, depriving Palestinians in Gaza of basic needs: food, water, healthcare, fuel, sanitation, and communications, destroying social infrastructure, homes, schools, mosques, churches, hospitals, and killing, seriously injuring, and leaving large numbers of children orphaned. Genocides are never declared in advance, but this court has the benefit of the past 13 weeks of evidence that shows incontrovertibly a pattern of conduct and related intention that justifies a plausible claim of genocidal acts. In the Gambia-Myanmar case, this court did not hesitate to impose provisional measures in relation to allegations that Myanmar was committing genocidal acts against the Rohingya within the Rakhine state. The facts before the court today are sadly even more stark, and like the Gambia-Myanmar case, deserve and demand this court's intervention. Every day, there is mounting irreparable loss of life, property, dignity, and humanity for the Palestinian people. Our news feeds show graphic images of suffering that has become unbearable to watch. Nothing will stop the suffering except an order from this court. Without an indication of provisional measures, the atrocities will continue, with the Israeli Defense Force indicating that it intends pursuing this course of action for at least a year. In the words of the UN Under-Secretary General on 5 January 2024, I quote, "You think getting aid into Gaza is easy? Think again. 3 layers of inspections before trucks can even enter. Confusion and long queues, a growing list of rejected items, a crossing point meant for pedestrians, not trucks, another crossing point where trucks have been blocked by desperate, hungry communities, a destroyed commercial sector, constant bombardments, poor communications, damaged roads, convoys shot at, delays at checkpoints, a traumatized and exhausted population crammed into a smaller and smaller sliver of land, shelters which have long exceeded their full capacity, aid workers themselves displaced, killed. This is an impossible situation for the people of Gaza and for those trying to help them. The fighting must stop. Close quote. Madam President, members of the court, that concludes my section on the genocidal conduct of Israel. I thank you for your patient attention, and I ask that you call Advocate Mukatobi to the podium to address the court on genocidal intent.
I thank Ms. Hassim, and I now invite Mr. Tembeke Nukatobi to address the court. You have the floor, sir.
Madam President and distinguished members of the court, it is a privilege to appear before the court on behalf of South Africa. I will address Israel's genocidal intent. At this stage, the court is not required to determine that the only inference to be drawn from the available evidence is genocide, to order provisional measures, as that is to decide the merits. Rather, the assessment of the existence of an intent to destroy could be made by the court only at the stage of the examination of the merits. That some of the alleged acts may also amount to atrocities other than genocide does not exclude the finding of plausible acts of genocide. Madam President, South Africa is not alone in drawing attention to Israel's genocidal rhetoric against Palestinians in Gaza. 15 United Nations special rapporteurs and 21 members of the United Nations working groups have warned that what is happening in Gaza reflects a genocide in the making and an overt intent to destroy the Palestinian people under occupation. Israel has a genocidal intent against the Palestinians in Gaza. That is evident from the way in which Israel's military attack is being conducted, which has been described by Ms. Hassim as C. It is systematic in its character and form. The mass displacement of the population of Gaza, headed into areas where they continue to be killed, and the deliberate creation of conditions that, quote, lead to a slow death, unquote. There is also the clear pattern of conduct, the targeting of family homes and civilian infrastructure, laying waste to vast areas of Gaza, and the bombing, shelling, and sniping of men, women, and children where they stand, the destruction of the health infrastructure, and lack of access to humanitarian assistance. So much so that as we stand today, 1% of the Palestinian population in Gaza has been systematically decimated, and 1 in 4 Gazans have been injured since 7 October. These two elements alone are capable of evidencing Israel's genocidal intent in relation to the whole or part of the Palestinian population in Gaza. However, third, there is an extraordinary feature in this case, that Israel's political leaders, military commanders, and persons holding official positions have systematically and in explicit terms declared their genocidal intent. And these statements are then repeated by soldiers on the ground in Gaza as they engage in the destruction of Palestinians and the physical infrastructure of Gaza. We show this third element next. Israel's special genocidal intent is rooted in the belief that, in fact, the enemy is not just the military wing of Hamas, or indeed Hamas generally, but is embedded in the fabric of Palestinian life in Gaza. On 7 October, in a televised address, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declared war on Gaza, and I quote, "Israel had started clearing out the communities that have been infiltrated by terrorists." And he warned of an unprecedented price to be paid by the enemy. There are more than 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza. Israel is the occupying power in control of Gaza. It controls entry, exit, and the internal movements of inside Gaza. And qua Prime Minister, Mr. Netanyahu exercises overall command over the Israeli Defense Force and in turn, the Palestinians in Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu, in his address to the Israeli forces on 28 October 2023, preparing for the invasion of Gaza, urged the soldiers to remember what Amalek has done to you. This refers to the biblical command by God to Saul for the retaliatory destruction of an entire group of people known as the Amalekites, put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. The genocidal invocation to Amalek was anything but idle. It was repeated by Mr. Netanyahu in a letter to the Israeli Armed Forces on 3 November 2023. Madam President, let the Prime Minister's words speak for themselves.
Has done to you, says our Holy Bible, and we do remember and we are fighting our brave troops and combatants who are now in Gaza or around Gaza and
The Deputy Speaker of the Knesset, Israel's parliament, has called for the erasure of the Gaza Strip from the face of the earth. The Defense Force agrees. On 9 October, the Defense Minister, Yoav Gallant, gave a situation update to the army, where he said that as Israel was imposing a complete siege on Gaza, there would be no electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything would be closed because Israel is fighting human animals. Speaking to troops on the Gaza border, he instructed them that he has released all the restraints and that Gaza won't return to what it was before. We will eliminate everything. We will reach all places. Eliminate everything, reach all places without any restraints. The theme of destruction of human animals was reiterated by an Israeli army coordinator of government activities in the territories on 9 October 2023, who, in an address to Hamas and the residents of Gaza, stated that Hamas has become ISIS and that the citizens of Gaza are celebrating instead of being horrified. He concluded that human animals are dealt with accordingly. Israel has imposed a total blockade on Gaza. No electricity, no water, just damage. You wanted hell, you will get hell. The language of systematic dehumanization is evident here. Human animals. Both Hamas and civilians are condemned. Within the Israeli cabinet, this is also a widely held view. The Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, Israel Katz, called for the denial of water and fuel, as this is what will happen to a people of children killers and slaughterers. This admits of no ambiguity. It means to create conditions of death of the Palestinian people in Gaza. To die a slow death because of starvation and dehydration, or to die quickly because of a bomb attack or snipers, but to die nevertheless. In fact, Heritage Minister Amichai Eliyahu said that Israel must find ways for Gazans that are more painful than death. It is no answer to say that neither are in command of the army. They are ministers in the Israeli government. They vote in the Knesset and are in a position to shape state policy. The intent to destroy Gaza has been nurtured at the highest levels of state, as President Isaac Herzog has joined the ranks of those signing bombs destined for Gaza. Having previously noted that the entire population in Gaza is responsible and that this rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved is absolutely not true, we will fight until we break their backbone. Later attempts by the president and others to neutralize this speech have not altered the sting of his words, which was to tar all Palestinians as responsible for the actions of Hamas. Nor, as I will show below, has it affected how state policy is understood within government. The Minister of National Security repeated the president's statements that Hamas and civilians are responsible in equal measure. On 10 November 2023, in a televised interview, he stated that when we say that Hamas should be destroyed, it also means those who celebrate, those who support, and those who hand out candy. They are all terrorists, and they should also be destroyed. These are orders to destroy and to maim what cannot be destroyed. These statements are not open to neutral interpretations or after-the-fact rationalizations and reinterpretations by Israel. The statements were made by persons in command of the state. They communicated state policy. It is simple. If the statements were not intended, they would not have been made. The genocidal intent behind these statements is not ambiguous to the Israeli soldiers on the ground. Indeed, it is directing their actions and objectives. On 7 December 2023, Israeli soldiers proved that they understood the Prime Minister's message to remember what the Amalek has done to you as genocidal. They were recorded by journalists dancing and singing. We know our motto, there are no uninvolved, that they obey
My
one
mic is now
commandment,
hot.
to wipe off
I'm gonna pause this. Right. What's up, everybody? I hope you've had an interesting day. You know, how was the stream with David? What you say counts. You know, it will affect the outcome of, you know, what happens to David depending on what you say.
Go do whatever you gotta do. Dave's got to go do drugs or something. He moved my camera. He messed with my chair height. My couch is in shambles.
Does the whole like basement just stink like weed right now?
Yeah, he also texted me this morning, and he was like, "Hey, I don't know what happened with your one monitor, but it's all static right now." And I was like, "What?
What?"
Like, yeah. And I came down and I fixed it. And in the process of fixing it, I accidentally changed like the color like temperature. So now I have like a sepia it looks like Mexico on my right screen.
Oh no, that.
I took the liberty of yellow parentifying.
Yeah.
You took the liberty of yellow parentifying someone else's monitor?
15 streams in a row. You know who doesn't do secret streams to break up these streaks?
Hey!
These guys, David. These guys. We stay committed to our core audience, and we don't put secret streams to make them fail.
We don't do secret streams. We do experimental streams.
Tell us the truth, is David, as you would have guessed. I met David in New York once, And like David is everything that I anticipated David to be. There was nothing like really new or surprising about his presence that I wasn't already aware of.
Nothing new or surprising about his presence.
He ain't got no lotion.
That's such a way to phrase it.
I gotta find some way to do this that it's the camera's gonna have both of us. First time chat from Raider. Hey, what's up, Big Room? Thanks for being here this time. What you see is what you get. Yeah. What if David had like a whole like different like personality when he came over, and like this is just like a stream persona, and he doesn't actually even believe in any of it or act like that. He's like, all right, I'm getting into character. I'm getting into character.
I mean, like, you know, it's not like me and you have like, you know, on-screen personalities that are completely different with separate belief systems to
now.
What we stream
Speaking
with.
of liars and grifters and racists, hey, what's up, Grom?
Yo,
what's up, dude?
I might be a liar. I might be a grifter. Actually, no.
What?
I'm not a liar. I'm not a grifter.
Wait, let me start that one over.
I don't know. I don't know.
I may be a racist. I may be a grifter.
Do you know that Simpsons thing where he's like, where Homer's being accused of being a communist?
I've never watched The Simpsons, so no. But go on.
Why have you never watched The Simpsons?
I don't know. All right, my parents didn't let me watch The Simpsons, but they let me watch Ren and Stimpy. I can't explain it. They can't either.
Can you just bring this up real quick, please? Because it also intersects with the whole communism bit that we got going on. You know that shtick that we play online.
All right.
Where's Johnny?
You know that grift that we have that everybody thinks we are.
It's funny too because I've been reading all about the IRD and like how they took so many like leftists and like fed them anti-Soviet information, and like they were like, yeah, we're the real leftists, and meanwhile they're like literal mouthpiece of state-sponsored black propaganda. And the worst part of it is that some of them didn't even know it. They were completely well-meaning. They thought that everything they were doing was right. And then one day in 1970, some guy came out with a box, and he's like, "Oh, you didn't hear? This was a front for the CIA the entire time." And the guy's like, "What?"
Yeah, like the Iowa Writers Workshop. James Baldwin is even one of the writers. Hang on, let me.
In the middle? Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, that's a great idea. Okay, great idea. Yeah, Dave's gonna join. Dave's gonna join the Discord so he can talk into his phone as a microphone, so we don't have to like awkwardly share the microphone. But yeah, that's a good idea. But I do.
You have two microphones.
I don't have the other one hooked up. I don't have. The other one
okay, all right.
It's in my closet. I didn't feel like doing all that.
I didn't feel like doing all that.
But I just love that idea of like really just pouring your heart and soul into like some like journalistic project. Like really think you're just doing fucking God's work, and you have all these great resources and archives and like things that you're like, yeah, guys, we're really like the leading movement of the Western left, and like, you know, we really believe in like, we don't believe in totalitarianism and all this.
Are you talking about us?
And then like one day they just like flick the lights off, and they're like, yeah, they cut off funding, and they're like, funding? Who cut off funding? And they're like,
funding? We've had funding this whole time?
Yeah, the CIA has been funding this. Yeah, the CIA has been funding this literally the whole time. And you're like, none of it was true? No, you've actually damaged the community considerably and irreparably.
President Xi Jinping in China is now a short order cook in...
that you've proliferated here will reverberate for decades.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
David, you're going to have to fucking mute that shit, like, until it's time for you to talk.
That 110K a month patron from
Wait, dude,
yeah, this guy loves our shit, man.
Put CRISPR on your Discord. Well, that's not going to work. Still got to pick up.
Yeah, Pat's mic is just simply too good where it'll just fucking... Oh.
Yeah, it's echoing with
Turn that.
That's not gonna work.
Turn it off, dude.
It's not gonna work. David, you're just gonna have to like shout, or both of you are gonna have to shout into the mic.
Okay, that you have the arm. You can't put it between you two.
I mean, he
You guys
could.
have to go
Both
in
of them
for
could
the
learn how to
thing.
use the microphone. You know, I'm just throwing that out there.
Thing? Yeah, put it in between you guys, and then like you don't have to be like right on top of it. You're gonna have to like speak with your big boy voice.
No,
you
the
know?
both of you need to be like this close,
Also, the thing's
like
fucked up.
like lip to lip.
Yeah.
Hello.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, you just can't touch the arm, Pat. You have to touch something else.
Yeah.
Pat's just gonna like take back the thing and be like, David,
This is
you're
driving me.
you're gonna have to sit this one out, David. You're gonna have to.
Honestly,
No. I mean, just sit where you guys sit, and now talk. Say something each.
Well, see, Pat's mic is just so damn good that like you either gotta yell or be directly next to it.
I would like to address some things that were
Oh,
said.
that's fine. Just boost their volume a bit, and they're gonna be fine.
Boost their volume. What do you think I'm doing every stream?
Well, do it more.
Is there a way to raise user volume up even more?
Well, you can do it in the streaming program, can't you?
It's also turned up there too.
Oh my god.
I'll try and turn it up. Look, hang
you're
on.
fine.
I'll try to turn it up even more.
Can you reset the sub goal too?
Going to advanced property. Oh, fuck, god damn it. Sorry, I was helping my wife print out something.
Hey Pat, ever had to clean an esophagus feeding probe on a cat? For one, no, and for two, I'm curious why you would ask me if I had. Pat needs to turn volume up. Jesus Christ. What's good, Hash Kush? Turn Grom down and turn Discord up and on OBS for balance. That's weirdly specific. I don't know if Pat and David thought this all the way through. Two attractive white men in the same room is going to activate thirst chat. Bring it the fuck on. Bring it the fuck on.
Just gonna keep raising
I don't know
the
what
decibels.
you mean. I'm alone here.
Don't make me come down there to fucking New Jersey.
I wish you would.
Okay, so I don't know if you hear me clicking away, Grom. I'm just raising the decibels. They're at like 13.1 decibels.
Well, I can't hear. Okay, say something in the stream.
Yo, Hash Kush, thank you so much for gifting did Kim Kardashian
Yeah, they're
Kim
fine.
Kardashian, Skims
Fine.
Kardashian. Thank you. Pat.
You don't have to lean in. You can sit normal.
Okay,
just-
I'm sitting normally. Can you hear me normally?
Scream
Yes.
into it.
Yes, you're just gonna have to speak. You can't mumble. It's all it's
Are
gonna
you
be.
accusing me? Are
Better.
you hold on? Are you accusing me of not having diction?
Yeah. You kind of like talk under your breath a lot. You know, you don't really pronunciate your words, right?
Me, but I am very deliberate with my diction, and I will not have.
I don't know. Not seeing it.
Some dirty Swede.
Come in here.
I don't see it. You know,
It's true, chat. Pat's
speak
diction.
like you mean it, Pat. Okay.
Big diction energy.
You want to talk about big diction energy?
We're about to get
What?
banned. Oh, okay. All right.
What is happening right now?
I don't know if that sends the right message.
Oh, damn.
Talk
Is
about
that
the
I
Obama?
put this up on the. I put this up on the shelf for display purposes while I'm streaming. Do you remember when Paul Robeson was testifying in the?
Oh, it's Paul Robeson.
Yeah, testifying in the House of Un-American Activities, and the guy says, "Well, maybe you should speak up," and he's like, "I have medals for diction." He like claps back at the guy that he has medals for speaking.
I have medals for my ability in speech. What do you have, sir? All right, so
Obama.
hang on. I'm gonna play this because
Well, sir, treason season started early this year as a nuclear sub was hijacked by local man Homer Simpson.
Oh my God! I told him that photo would come back to haunt him.
Could Homer Simpson be a communist? His father spoke out on
What
his
now?
behalf.
More drug stuff?
It's not a
You
communist.
don't know where all
He
your
may
fucking
be a
drug shit is?
liar,
Yeah, well,
a
I
pig,
forgot where-
an
There's been
idiot,
more
a
drug
communist,
paraphernalia in this
but he is
house
not a
over the past
porn
24
star.
hours in the entire time that I've occupied it.
Did I leave the goddamn?
Wait, fucking David, you're bringing drugs into a home of a recovering drug addict?
Yep, that's what he did.
Two recovering drug addicts. Two recovering drug addicts.
Two recovering drug addicts. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Were you raised in a barn, boy?
No. Worse. Massachusetts.
Oh my God.
Look, he's going through fits. He's going through a fit of withdrawal. He's going through a fit of withdrawal.
Tiny freaking piece that I need for this.
Look at him. He's like digging through the carpet for little stems and seeds and scraps and pebbles.
Got the one thing.
Just take him down to Kensington. Drop him off, okay?
I got the one fucking thing I needed from the car, and in doing so, I put the other thing that I needed in the car while I was out there.
Yeah, I've smoked carpet hash. I remember, you ever like drop like a bud on the ground and when you pick it up, there's clearly a piece of cat hair. Like you see like a dangling piece of the bud that's attached through like a piece of cat hair and you're like, I'm going to have to smoke this, but I'm not happy about it.
That's horrendous.
Johnny, didn't you used to do heroin?
Yes.
But he was clean.
You're telling me you never walked in the rain to some dilapidated abandoned house into which some unknown man pulled a packet of baggies out from under his ball sack and sold it to you, and then you injected it into your veins?
I snorted it, first of all. Second of all, yes.
Said you're going to say that a little bit of cat hair in the weed is going too far for you?
A little bit of cat hair in the weed is just like, I don't know. I feel like
that's not classy.
That's not classy. Exactly. Thank you, bro.
I love doing a marijuana. So do we. And so does Dave. Dave actually has a little bit of a problem. I should see if Dave has an insurance policy that I can run at my job. Bro, you can't even taste the cat hair.
Burning hair smells like I'm trying to think, what does it smell like? I know it just smells awful. I remember that.
I know. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, we have one little hair in there. I mean, sometimes a little bit of hair gets in your bud. You got to just smoke it. What are you going to do? Not smoke it?
I guess. I mean, I remember when I had like really long hair and all the time when I would smoke a bowl, I would accidentally like burn like.
It happened to me one time. Yeah.
Made some.
Ooh la la la! No cat hair in the weed. Sorry, I didn't realize that we were amongst a fucking
bourgeois.
A bourgeois, yeah. I was thinking of something else, but I didn't get there.
Yeah, it's all right.
Speaking of, I made beef bourgeoisie today.
Is that where they got the name? Is that how they named rich people? That there was like this that it started first as like a beef dish and then it was adapted.
No, because this is not called bourgeoisie. I think it's like if it has anything to do with the sweet bourgeoisie, comes from like people who are inside the city walls. Essentially, the people like
But if you go about bolognese, is that what you actually made?
No, beef bourguignon.
Man,
beef burgundy. It's meat stew with wine.
Oh, I know about that. I know about that stuff.
What, wine or meat stews?
Specifically, the exact fucking dish that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's good.
What do you think? I'm fucking too low class to know about your fucking French name dishes?
Yeah. You got face tattoos, my man.
Yeah.
I meant to get a haircut before going down to DC, and I just haven't done it, so I just look like a wild man.
Yeah, I need to get a haircut too.
I'm unkempt.
I need to get one too, but I can't afford it. It's like $30.
You are getting evicted.
It's true. It's true. I did go and look at the apartment. It's like it's much bigger than what I got, but it has like
Turn your nose up
it's
while you
just
were
one of
there.
those apartment that has like a hallway that goes through almost the whole apartment. I don't like that because there's nothing really you can really do with a hallway. But I think I'm gonna put the flags up in the hallway. I think that'll look nice.
Turn that music off that I have up there. Did you walk through it with your nose up, like kick the doorknobs or kick the door frames and stuff? Like, I don't know, man. This is kind of ghetto.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. You know what I mean?
It's like there's a woman in that lived there. It's like
Dave's literally having a drug fit. Dude, he's freaking out. He's searching through like all kinds of little pieces of trash and shit like that. Like, I don't even understand like the drug obsession that this man has right now.
My God.
Well, actually, I do understand it. I see it clear as day. I see a man that's in the grip of addiction.
Yeah. Yep. No, you can't get addicted to weed. Okay.
I don't know. I think we're witnessing
the first ever
refutation of that.
That's like, you know, I hate that, right? I hate like because it's like people overcompensate, right? Like it's like, oh no, weed is like, you know,
contraptions that you have
that's for like my phone for when I.
What are you doing making drug? Like, you know, when you're like your older mother finds your like stuff, you're like, what is this? What is this drug? What does this do?
Yeah.
We understand that, like, you know, most of our audience is all, you know, addicted to marijuana. So, like, you know, we get it. We're not judging, right?
Yeah. But also, most of the chat are not doing drugs in your homes right now.
That too. That too. It's like, hey, do you care if I smoke out your entire house? It's like,
oh my gosh,
little bit actually.
Oh my God. God damn it, David. Honestly.
Everyone in chat is very disappointed with you.
Good.
I hope that's not affecting you in any way.
I don't understand why you're disappointed, Chad. I don't know what kind of expectation I've given you that I should be doing.
I made no pretensions about the person that I was. I offered no allusion to the reality of my life. It's your fault for believing I would be any different.
This is an intervention. We're not going to watch it. This is an intervention, David. Okay.
So simple that I had in my hand 2 seconds ago.
Is it in any of your pockets, David?
Yeah.
In my pockets, I took the shit.
Where's the last place you had it?
Pat, I think you're going to need to pat him down.
Yeah.
I took it out.
This cavity.
I ever tell you guys the story about when I was used as a police exercise pat down in a live demonstration, essentially?
All I remember is that one time the ex-cop we had working there while me and you were there, and like I asked about like how to throw a punch or something, and
he punched you in the stomach?
he literally punched you in the stomach,
Yeah,
like super
yeah.
hard.
I actually
extreme cop
there's like a weird way that I actually respected that. Like, you know what I mean? Because like me and him were like pretty cool, but like the fact that he actually did that was actually pretty funny. I was laughing about it the whole time.
No, it was really funny. I was just like, I went like this, like as
Yeah.
it happened.
Ooh, yeah. No,
you gotta come from the chamber, and he like literally just like kind of undercut you like right in the stomach.
Yeah, I had a red fist mark on my stomach from when he hit me, just blah.
Yeah.
But so when I was using, right, and like this is probably in my last like 2 months of getting high in my life. I was living in Philadelphia, but I was still buying my drugs from Camden. So it was like 1 a.m, maybe. I took the train over from Camden, from Philly to Camden. I left Camden. I left the train station. I went and acquired my drugs. And now I used to do this thing called a hack taxi cab. Has anybody heard of like hacking? Do you know what that is?
What?
Like when you get into someone's computer and you're like, I'm in.
No, a hack is a unlicensed taxi. Essentially,
Yeah, that's what I
essentially it's
thought,
just a
yeah.
drug addict, usually a drug addict with a car that's
Oh,
willing
that was
to give.
me. Yeah.
Willing to give rides. Yeah, but no, you weren't just posted up in the middle of Camden that
No.
anyone could literally just be like, you probably did it to your friends or acquaintances.
Yeah.
I'm saying this is just somebody that's like cheaper than a cab. Like they're just willing to drive anyone like
Holy
a taxi.
shit.
Exactly. So I was going to, I routinely engaged in these services of hack taxi cabs. So as I'm walking, I asked this guy, he was asking if anybody needed a hack. And I was like, yeah. And he was like, all right, here, come around here. My car's over here. And I was like, okay. And I walked around there and I got robbed blind. Like these dudes, like 4 guys. But like as I was walking towards the car, they were like, all right, you get in the back. And as I was going to get in the back, somebody was acting like they were going to get into the front seat, right?
Yeah.
So the other guy was behind me. So they kind of like surrounded me. And the one guy just grabbed me by my arms behind me, like, and held me up against the car while the other guy ran my pockets. And he kept going. Like they were like they do shit like to try to scare you. They start being like, yo, he's acting funny. Yo, he's acting funny. He's acting funny. Like you know what I mean? Like they want to make you like fuck, like just like be immobilized and don't move. And they found my phone. They found the money I had on me. They took everything, but they couldn't find the dope. Like they didn't know where the dope, and they knew I had it. They knew I had the dope, so they were like ripping my shoes off and shit. Like they threw me on the ground and were pulling my shoes off because they knew that I had dope on me. And they ended up getting everything because like they started kicking me and shit like that. So I gave them the dope. So now I am shit out of luck. I'm in the middle of Camden, which is, the hood. You know what I mean? Like I'm in the middle of the hood. I don't even have my shoes at this point. I have no phone. I have no money. I have nothing. So my only idea, I thought, let me jump. I was going to jump the train turnstile and take the train back to Philly. When I get into the train station, there's cops in the train station, right? So, and I had already been arrested once before for hopping the train, the exact same train. So I go up to the cops and I go, I just got robbed fucking blind. I have nothing on me. I don't even have shoes. I live in Philly. Can I just take the train back to Philly? And, like I was going to jump the train, but I figured I would just fucking ask you. And like, maybe like I have nothing else that I can do. And they were like, did you really get robbed? Because like, if you're bullshitting us, I'm going to take you right to fucking jail. Like if you're just doing this to like con us out of a free train ride.
It's like, dog, I have no fucking shoes on.
I'm going to take you right to jail. So it was 2 cops and a third one that they were training, right? They were like training this guy. He was like a rookie or whatever. So they were like, all right, I'll let you ride on the train. But here, come here. So right there in the middle of the train station, there's a bunch of people that like sleep in this train station and shit like that. Like it's like a central hub of the city of Camden. So there's like mad people in there. They literally take me and they're like, all right, look, so this is how you pat a guy down. Like, look here, they put the hands up on my head and they're like, look, you want to lean him forward like this so he doesn't have good balance. Like they're literally using me as a fucking like a training dummy for this other cop to search.
Definitely a dummy.
Yeah. For this other cop to search and to show them how you're supposed to fucking like pat somebody down, hold them, keep them off balance and all this stuff. And they were like, if I find anything on you, I'm taking you.
You're
so
cooked. You're getting booked, kid.
Yeah, because they thought that I was lying. That like, so when they went through my pocket, they found the top part of like a Coke bag. And I was just like, dude, I had no idea that I had that. I swear to God. And they didn't arrest me or anything like that, but they put me on the train and they let me ride their train for free back to Philly. And that was like my pittance to them was letting them.
You know how oftentimes we talk about privilege, right? And what white privilege looks like. I think this would be like the perfect example of that.
Well, I didn't break any law.
True, you did not.
Well, I guess I had paraphernalia. I technically had drug paraphernalia on me, for sure.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, is that like, I think this is like a pretty clear-cut example of like, your complexion of privilege, working in your favor.
Potentially. I mean, there's a lot of cops out there that in the city like that, where like they're probably not going to book anybody for having that little piece of plastic on them.
Yeah,
but
no, it's like this isn't even real drugs. This is like,
exactly. Like it would be pretty. They would have to be pretty hard up to really be like, we got you, you motherfucker.
We've had nothing to do all day in the city of Camden.
Yeah, exactly. What do you got going on?
Is he still looking for his fucking thing?
Yeah, dude, he's so strung out right now, dude.
No.
All right, did you leave it upstairs?
No, I found the thing like a while ago.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so you found the thingy?
Profusely, yes.
Okay. All right, no, I just want to make sure you're doing okay. It's all right, buddy. Calm down.
See, this is what I'm saying. When he doesn't have his... he's liable to lash out at you.
Yeah. Wow. Testy.
No, I definitely relate this because I'm exactly like this if I don't have caffeine or nicotine. Like, I'll behave in a very similar fashion, if not worse.
Yeah.
Did I tell you about the time I quit nicotine cold turkey? First try?
Is that when you were just like screaming at chat every single day and like...
I did that all the time.
Form of nicotine consumption of all time to nothing.
And near a riot, that was almost exactly what happened when those guys were robbing me. They took my phone, they took my money. This was back in the day, so I had an iPod also. Like I had an iPod and a phone. Like that's how long ago this happened.
I remember
that I had a separate iPod and phone.
Wow.
They took everything I had, and then they started asking about the dope. And it was the one thing that I was begging them not to take. Like I was like, take the phone, take the money, take all of it. Just please let me keep the fucking dope. And they were like, nah.
Nah.
Not gonna happen.
That's like the one thing we definitely need.
That fucking sucked, man. That was one of the worst nights of my entire fucking life.
That's why, like, if I ever get mugged, I'm just like desperately praying, like, please just let me keep my phone. Can I just keep my phone?
Yeah.
No, I... See,
Brom,
Brom,
would you like to share a story of when you were robbed?
I've never been robbed, but I have had to dip out on my ex-girlfriend with like nothing. And well, it was actually when I left her. I had to get out real quick. I didn't get my computer, didn't get any of my clothes. I like didn't get my bank card. I got my keys. That's it. And I jumped on the train. We don't have like you don't have to jump anything, but they have like controls on it, and like the fine is pretty hefty if you don't have a ticket. Yeah. It's like, let's say a ticket cost like a ticket home probably cost like $15. The fine would have been like $150. So I explained the situation and they wrote me down anyways, right? I was like, I got nothing. I had to like, bail. And they wrote me down. I never got the bill though. So
I want to answer. Sam asked me how many times I've been robbed. So I want you to really clarify what robbed means, because there's like, this term like getting beat, which is kind of like where you get like shafted on a transaction, which isn't necessarily being like actively robbed. It's more like cost of doing business. Sometimes somebody's just going to run off with the money or not give you the right stuff or give you something fake or something like that. That's happened to me like almost innumerable times. But if you're talking about the times where I was like mugged or robbed at gunpoint, I would say 3 times, including what I just told you about. Another time where I was like physically mugged by 2 people, in addition to the one I just talked about, and then one time where I was robbed at gunpoint, which is actually also a hilarious story. It sounds traumatic. But
traumatic, but
it's actually very funny.
Fucking to answer Ree's question, do you think it would work to break your phone in front of muggers, then they don't take it and you can fix the screen or transfer all the stuff to a new one? Speaking from no experience with your world, it never plays out the way you think.
The thing is, when you're really dealing with some like real like ruffians that are ready, like when you're in a place like Camden or Philly, and there's some
ruffians,
some dudes that come up that are like, give it up, and, like you really don't want to like play games with them. You know what I mean? Like, whatever it's good, because like now you're breaking your own phone, which means that you're gonna have to spend $100 to fix the screen anyway. Like at that point, just give the phone up. Like You don't know. They might take that as a
Sign of disrespect.
and then then they start beating your ass or something like that. And then or worse, you know what I mean? Like people die in Philly all the time over, sketchy stuff going down. Like I would say the best thing to do is look down, just say you got that. It's all you. Don't play games with these
yeah,
people.
just hand the shit.
They're in that place to be doing that. I would just give it up for sure.
Yeah. Plus, more than half of the time, right? More than half of the time, right? You're already living like pretty rough to encounter these kind of situations.
I was going to say too, because like Sam said, yikes, and it's definitely yikes, but you have to understand is that the life I was living at that time, the reason that this has happened to me so many times is because I lived a lifestyle where that was just kind of the cost of doing business. You know what I mean? Like I put myself in extremely dangerous, and like, this is what happens. I was a young white kid in an inner city drug neighborhood. There are some people that see that and they know I have money in my pocket. There's a lot of very, very, very poor people out there that see me. I'm taking the bus in from the suburbs. I got the money in my pocket. They know I'm coming out here to cop dope, and they're like, "Fuck that kid. I'm taking his money." You know what I mean? Like, and I'm 19 years old. It's
understandable.
Like, give it up. You know what I mean?
Honestly, they probably needed those drugs more than you did. Like,
it is what it is. You know what I mean? And honestly, I maybe I hold a little bit of the grudge, but like I keep using this term, cost of doing business, and that's what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're involved out there doing that shit, it realistically is the cost of doing business. And I'm a convicted felon for theft, so it's not like I can. Who am I to point a finger at anybody for doing anything? You know what I mean? Right. It's not like I'm better. It's not like I'm more moral than they are.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes.
It's the way she goes.
It's the way she goes.
No, I've never been robbed.
Oh, lucky
I
you.
get robbed all the time. That guy robs me pretty regularly. And then chat comes through and they have knives.
How many people have you mugged? I've never mugged anybody. I've never mugged anybody. You know what I mean? Like, my addiction and criminal life was far more like pathetic and manipulative than it was like cavalier and violent. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain times where things got a little bit sketchy on my part, but for the most part, I was more like manipulate my family, steal from my grandmother. You left money somewhere, I took it. I told you I would pay you back. I wasn't a gangster. You know what I mean? I was more just kind of like a hoodlum that was addicted to drugs, more so. Pat, yeah, that was probably the reason I got robbed several times in Buenos Aires. I wasn't scared of rougher neighborhoods. Didn't look like a local, although occasionally locals thought I was local, so I don't know. Damn, how long were you in Argentina for? That's fucking cool.
Until they caught me. Damn, String.
They got you.
It was the perfect crime until it wasn't.
The jig is up. I don't want to turn this into a whole like drug escapade, like war story of Pat. I do kind of want to tell that story of when I got robbed at gunpoint, but maybe we'll save that for another night.
What are we doing?
Are you saying what are we doing?
Yeah, I'm saying what else are we doing?
Do you want to hear it, Johnny?
What?
The story of when I got robbed at gunpoint?
As if chat wouldn't be enthralled.
I mean,
as if I'm not sitting here waiting.
Let's hear it. I'm trying to figure out like what.
We're gonna have to move on to more intellectual topics, okay? So, I was probably 19 years old again. This is when a lot of this stuff happened. Is when I was 19. I was going into North Camden from the same train station that I was talking about before, so that I can acquire my goods. Oh my God, this is so stupid. I got double robbed this day. That's what makes this whole
robbed.
So I was very young at this point. This was in my first like 2 to 3 months of really even doing heroin and like engaging with the inner city this way. So I was very green and I was very open to being scammed. So I walked into North Camden, and then mind you, I'm on foot. I don't have a car. All these times, all the reasons I got into these predicaments is because I just walk. Like I'm just walking in broad daylight through these neighborhoods, like, just ready to engage and obviously having money. So I walk to North Camden. You have to go through this pedestrian tunnel that goes under the highway. So I go in, then I'm like in like, the hood at that point, like the inner city. Someone walks up next to me and they're like, "Yo, what's up? What are you looking to get?" And this is pretty common, you know what I mean? Like, and like, a lot of times people will offer to escort you to where like the good drugs are and you just break them off. So I think this is one of those usual transactions, you know what I mean? And we walked to this area called 5th and State, which is where apparently they had this good dope. And he hits me with the classic thing. If you have experience with buying drugs, you know that you should never listen to this. So he goes, all right, give me the money. I'm going to go grab it. I'll be right back.
Hell no.
He gives me one of those. And like,
don't sell it till you cross the line.
He's like, yo, it's right there. It's right there. I just got it. It was like, they don't know you. They don't know you. They won't serve you. They won't serve you. You got to give it to me. They won't serve me if you're with them. And I'm like,
which is never the case, chat.
And he's like, no. He's like, you'll be able to see me the whole time. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, you can see me walk away from you.
Not only did he walk away with me, he went into a house. Like, I watched the house that he went into. But like, think about this. I'm 19-year-old white kid. I'm not from Camden. What am I gonna start banging on that house in North Camden? Like,
dude,
you know
you're gonna get a gun pulled on you.
That's what I'm saying. Sir? That's what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying. So like, I just sat there for like 10 minutes and was like, he's never coming back.
Nope.
No.
And I am too much of a pussy to go knock on that door. Not that that would accomplish.
You're too smart to go knock
Not
on
that
that
would.
door.
Not that that would accomplish anything. You know what I mean? So now I'm walking back, right? So now I'm walking back to this pedestrian tunnel. So I can get to the center of the city to take the train home. A guy standing outside of a corner store goes, "Yo, you got a lighter?" And I'm like, I had matches. I had matches on me. So I pull out these matches, and like I could tell this dude was just looked sketchy. So I hand him the matches and I walk away. I wasn't even waiting to get the matches back. I was just like, here's the matches, and I'm just gonna keep going. He comes with me. He's walking alongside me. He's walking alongside me as he's lighting a cigarette. And he asks me, yo, what'd you get? Because it's obvious you can see what I look like. You can see why I'm out there. It's obvious what I'm doing. So he asks me, what'd you cop? What'd you get? And I was like, I had a decision to make. I had to either say,
just tell him you got robbed.
No, because I don't want to like look like I got robbed. Like, it's very embarrassing to be like, yo,
but like that's the way to let him know I got nothing, man. Like I'm already.
Well, I didn't want to sound like I got robbed, right? Like because I was like almost back. I was just like, I didn't want to look like a mark. You know what I mean? Like, even though I obviously was. And so he asked me what I got, and I said Pac-Man. Because that was like the branding of the drug sets. Like, if you know anything about like the heroin in the East Coast, they put little stamps on the bags, and that's like signifies like the brand essentially. And that was like the hot brand in North Camden at that time. Like, everybody was going out there to cop this shit. Pac-Man. It had the little.
You guys
Pac-Man
didn't call it pork roll?
No, there might. I guarantee you that at some point there's been pork roll fucking. So I'm like, yeah, I got Pac-Man, and he was like, oh, okay, cool, you know. And then he just goes, let me get that. And I go, get what? And he's like, let me get that Pac-Man. And he pulls out a fucking gun and puts it on me. And now I immediately have to backtrack
now
and be like,
chat, the value of being honest.
now I have to backtrack and be like, I got robbed. I actually got, and I said, I got beat. And he was like, you ain't get fucking beat. You ain't get fucking beat. You just told me you had Pac-Man. And I'm like, dude, I swear to God, I start going in. First thing I do is put my hands. This is broad daylight, by the way.
Yeah.
It's not even nighttime now. We're just on the sidewalk. I put my hands up, and he immediately goes, put your fucking hands down. Because like.
Yeah, because now it looks like he's mugging.
Exactly. He's trying to keep it low key on. But when somebody puts a fucking gun on you, the first thing that you do. The first instinctive thing that you do is throw your hands up like that. So I'm pulling out my pocket. Dude, he tells me, I'm like, dude, you can have everything. Here's my cigarettes. Here's my phone. He's like, I don't even want your fucking phone. I have a better phone than you. That's what he said. That's what he said to me. And I had like $7 to get back like on the bus. He did take he said his phone was better than mine, but he still took my cigarettes. But he still took my fucking, my $7 and my cigarettes. So he's putting this fucking gun to me. Dude, he's having a conversation to someone else while he's robbing me. Somebody drives up in a car. He tells me to keep my fucking hands down. And he's having a full conversation in Spanish to somebody in a car while they're driving by. Mid-robbery. Mid-felony armed robbery.
That's casual.
Yeah. So that person takes off. And then it almost turns into like this. Like, it almost turns from like an armed robbery into like a pleading with me. He's like, he just starts going like, dude, I'm just so fucking sick, man. I'm on E. Like, there's this term called I'm on E, which means that you're like really dope sick. Like, you haven't had dope and you're really, really sick. And he starts like almost like, yeah, it seemed like he was almost in tears. He started being like, dude, I'm just so fucking sick, man. I'm about to run up in a fucking store and shoot somebody. Like, he's saying all this stuff to me about how sick he is, and I'm like, dude, I'm also sick. I just got robbed twice.
I'm not exactly having a greatest day myself.
Also having a really tough time out here. So as this is happening, another white kid comes walking up the street from the pedestrian tunnel, and he just goes, walk away, don't say shit. And I just turn around and walk. And as I walk by, I look at the other kid and I don't say a fucking word, and I just keep walking. And I don't know what transpired between those two people, but
he did.
I don't know what happened. And then I had to panhandle change at the train station to get home on the bus. And that's the one time that I was actually physically robbed with a firearm. So, did Pat just
wait. How? When you panhandle? How did you do it?
Probably problem type thing that we're talking about now, Barry. Because who is doing that?
That white kid, Hunter Biden.
Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
Hunter Robinette Biden.
That was in Jersey. That was in Camden, New Jersey, where that occurred.
Well, when you had panhandle, how did you approach people? What did you say?
I told him I got robbed. And it sucks because that's like the kind of sob story that every panhandler there. And the thing is like you're in the middle of like a major open air drug market. So like everybody at that train station has this story of how they need 50 cents and shit like that. And eventually one older black dude that was there was like, I'll pay for you to get on that bus, but I have to watch you get on. I'm not giving you $1. You get on that bus and I'll pay for the bus. And he fucking paid for my bus back to where I was going.
Nice.
Yeah. So he was my savior that day. I've never put my hands up when a gun has been drawn on me, but I am weird. Reasons being one of several of being intoxicated, feeling pumped from music. Goddamn, what kind of music?
Just intoxicated from the fucking beats.
The robbers.
I'm just fucking pumped, dude. Pull that gun on me. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
like my soul is ready. Just fucking yes.
Yeah, that must have been some sick music. Okay, so let's change gears here for a second, right?
Right.
I want to call David out on something, right? And I want Johnny to be here to bear witness to this, okay?
Okay, I'm bearing witness.
David, grab that tinfoil.
Going home. No.
Give me that tinfoil.
No, I told you I reserved the right. I told you.
Give me that tinfoil.
Reserve the right to what?
I'm being halal.
Give me the tinfoil.
Johnny, I'm being halal.
That's fine. If you want to defend yourself, that's fine. But I'm putting you on the court. Give me the tinfoil. Yeah, take all that. Take all that. Okay.
Do you see how they treat?
Take all this, like your snot rags off. Take all that off. Take those. Okay, whatever.
Snot rags.
Okay. So, Johnny, you know the place that I like with the really good breakfast sandwiches near my house, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I got Dave a breakfast sandwich. I asked him if he wanted. I asked him specifically what he wanted on it. I asked him specifically what I was like. Yo, I recommend this. Do you want this? And he said, "Yeah, that sounds good to me." I come down here. This is what's sitting in tinfoil.
You're
what?
I literally said to you when we were talking, hey,
do you see what that is?
Like the thing,
tomatoes.
Then I could just easily
that's ham.
Make it be an egg and cheese instead.
It's not ham. It's not ham. What is it, Johnny?
It's Taylor ham.
Well, it's pork roll, but fine, Taylor. I'm not gonna quarrel with you over the terminology because right now people from New Jersey need to unite. I'm not gonna quarrel with you over the name.
In this instance. So here, I have some follow-up questions. Right? Let me cross-examine the defendant here. Did you ask what is on it?
Oh no! Hold on.
We were speaking to each other.
Hold on.
Face to face, Johnny. Face to face, and I was like, I literally said the words, "Yeah, I will try it. If I don't like then I'll just."
I can't read that. You have to read it. I can't read that. It's no, dude. I don't see. Nobody sees anything.
Yeah, nobody can see that.
Nobody's gonna be able to read that, Pat.
Nobody can see it.
Nobody can read that.
Nobody can read it, Pat.
So long. I'm gonna send it to you, Johnny. I'm gonna send it to you so you can read it because you're arbitrating this matter.
I just wanted to know what the fuck. Like,
I said yes when asked the thing.
Go ahead, Dave.
If things get real, just grab the Phenonidine.
Yeah.
You think
rip up on stream?
The mic is now cutting out because somebody touched it.
Yeah.
Nobody can hear either of you now. There. Wait. There. All right. Say something now.
Ben and I are now completely united in that neither of us would ever, under any circumstances, take it out on a book. Right. Take it out on a book, Strin. Have you lost your damn mind?
No. We're not moving on. What did you ask, David? What is on the sandwich?
Yes.
Okay. No, and what did he respond with?
Do you have you have the transcripts, Johnny? Have you looked at the transcripts?
On the couch, talking about breakfast sandwiches, and he was like, "This is the Philly thing," and I was
pork roll, egg, and cheese on everything. Sounds good to me. When in Rome, LOL. So what's the issue, David? Why did you take the ham out?
Like,
did you not like the pork roll?
Honestly, I enjoyed it the first couple bites. And then I was like, this is just too much right now. I just want to have an egg and cheese. And then it became an egg and cheese.
I want to know if you didn't like it or you believed it was haram.
Oh, it's also haram. If it's pork, if it's a roll of pork, it's got to be haram.
Did you take the shahada yet?
I'm just asking if it would have tasted good, would you have continued eating it, or was it strictly ethical, religious purposes that you were like?
If it was really, really good tasting, I would have sinned. I'm a sinner.
Okay,
so what I do.
Look, here's the thing, right? That I'm getting at. It's one thing if he told
to not eat baconators.
There's no such thing as halal pork. So it's one thing if he said very clearly, pork roll, egg, and cheese, right? Or he did not say pork roll, egg, and cheese, but he did say pork roll, egg, and cheese, right? And you were like, hey, can I get it without the pork roll? Can I get it without the Taylor ham? Then I would be more understanding, right? The fact that you didn't make any, clarifying statement of hey, I would prefer it without or something like that. I don't know, man.
I didn't know whether I would prefer it without. I don't see the issue.
God damn it. Disrespecting our culture.
Yeah, this is a real spit in the face to all of New Jersey and Philadelphia.
Yeah. Who raced you, David? Jesus Christ.
You don't eat the pork roll. You're smoking out the entire basement. You're losing drugs all over the apartment.
He broke my monitor. He broke my monitor.
Broke a man's monitor.
I really hope he.
Wait, how did you break his monitor?
Greg is about to come through.
Here, well, Johnny, read the top part of the transcript. Can you just read that?
I didn't even read. Okay, all right, hang on.
Just read the top paragraph, please.
Yo, I don't know if I fucked up your right monitor, but I just turned it on to do that last thing for stream, and it's just static, which doesn't even make sense because it's a fucking LCD screen.
It was fucking static, dude. It was like it was on channel 2 and you didn't plug the fucking GameCube in yet.
All right, that's at 10:49 a.m. 12:33 p.m. Not sure if you're in a call, but chat wants to say hi. No rush, obviously. And then Pat says, do you still want a breakfast sandwich?
Someone cares about you.
You also said when in Rome, so.
He is Italian. Let the record show that this man does suffer from the disability of Italian heritage.
And to your point of about pork and haram and all that, neither me nor David have taken the shahada, right? Which means that, in my opinion, it's best for us, right, until we actually do, to just avoid ham, right, when we can. It's a respectful thing to do if, we're taking, conversion seriously.
And,
what was that, David?
Alcohol either, and then premarital sex seems to avoid me, so I'm good. He's got the fucking dirtiest look from.
I'm gonna let you live, Dave. I'm gonna let you live.
I'm gonna let you live.
I'm gonna let you live. All right.
That was worth just for the look that I got.
Jesus Christ.
So what else is going on? Right? Maybe we
Well,
might have gone hard on David enough.
We did. We should pan to different.
I think I am having fun, but also there's a line where you just can't. You know what I mean, we all love Dave. We're just messing around. It was a fun thing to do this Court of New Jersey.
Fine.
It's totally fine that you didn't need it. By the way.
I
just thought it'd be so funny because I know Johnny, like a fellow New Jerseyan who also loves his Taylor ham / pork roll. They would be real funny to be like, this is what I found.
and look at this.
Barry, wait until I eat a dag with just ketchup and mustard in front of you. You're gonna fucking shit.
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, Barry's very particular about his dags.
Dag?
Yeah, you like dags?
I don't know what a dag is. Johnny?
He's quoting fucking Snatch.
These guys don't fucking know.
The movie.
Catch up on it. Yeah, I've seen the fucking movie.
Are you 12? Yes!
So, what the fuck is it? I mean, we got a couple different things. I mean, obviously there's let's see here. We got BBC video that's like 3 minutes long about the Yemen airstrikes. We've got why bombing Yemen could spark catastrophe with David Waring. Cool Your Jets chat. It is an Owen Jones video. We also have another Owen Jones video with Avi Shlaim, right? About a one-state solution that's like an hour long, though. And then there's an Al Jazeera video about Israel's defense off to a weak start.
Yeah,
I really am.
It's off to a weak start because, like, god damn it, it's like I fucking hate people. It's like, but South Africa is like coming in there with like overwhelming evidence, ready to fucking, and then Israel's defense is, nuh-uh.
No, we didn't. Not Palestine, so why do you care? And bye. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
Dude, Israel's defense was literally like, just like the same shit that they've been, like, the South African, like, accusation was so furnished with evidence that it was like, by the end of it, you were like, head was spinning. You were like, how are they not just shutting the book on this whole situation now? Because again, what they said over and over and over again is that this does not need to be a overall 100% conviction of genocide. The only thing that the court has to come is that it is plausible that genocide is occurring. And that seems to be
plausible to you?
That seems to be without reproach. Like, I don't even understand how you could, like, how any sane or court with any shred of legitimacy.
I think it really is useful because, like, the U.S. is literally, like, when they're asked, like, is Israel purposely killing journalists, they're like, there is no evidence of this happening. It's like, are you fucking high? Right? You're like, you can't say that there is no evidence.
More journalists have died in your tiny war zone than like in any conflict in history. Like,
but it's like the absolute balls of like saying like that there's no evidence. It's like, we're not even like at that point. It's like, you're saying that there's like no possibility, like there's no signs of this happening. It's like you are fucking shitting yourself, and that's like fucking, of course, Kirby. Like, god damn it, fucking hate blinking Kirby. All these fucking ghouls.
Yeah.
It was a Kirby joke. He sets things up.
By the way, before we get too deep into one of these videos or anything, Dave, why don't you pull up the Primo's website and see what you want?
Pull that shit up, John.
Yeah.
But David, yeah.
Because I'm probably gonna have to go pick the. I don't want to order delivery because this place is literally like a 2-minute walk from my house, and I would feel like an idiot paying for delivery. So since we have so many people, I'm probably, because my girlfriend's working, I'm probably just gonna go run and pick it up and come back.
Hold it down.
Yeah, David will be here to hold down the mic.
Piggies.
I would like, so I'm more interested in the one that has to do with the ICJ case. So like, because right now that's what's really like firing me up. Like, I've been following that pretty closely. So if we're gonna watch a video, had everything.
Wait, hold up. What do you mean you've been following very closely? That's current news.
I don't know if you've noticed
That's
that.
like happening right
in
now.
Gaza, you can't really say this anymore because I've been on the fucking cutting edge of the situations in Israel.
I don't know if you noticed the description when the alert when it's just like, y'all remember that we were the ones that told you about this first.
Shoot, hey, wait a minute. No, dude, this is the one thing that I have been on since like before I was even considering myself a socialist. Which
Pat was bringing up the ICJ, I think, like even before there was an official motion.
Oh yeah, I was. I was talking about. I was talking about the. I was simply talking about the IC before before. No, you're good, dude. You're good. Also, but for the record, we read ethnic cleansing of Palestine before October 7th. We almost clairvoyantly did a major study on Palestine just a mere months before this all happened. However, we got ICJ hipsterism now. I was talking about the ICJ before it was cool. Now it's so faux pas, passe to talk about it. Yeah, but
keep putting out top 40 shit.
I was talking about, just to be fair, before South Africa even petitioned the ICJ, I was talking about the various ways in which this could end up in how international law could be brought to fore through the ICJ before it even happened. So I was talking about it. But
Other Barry had a hummus headband before they changed their charter too. So, you know.
Oh my god.
All right, so I still kind of want to play the Al Jazeera one on the legal defense work, because it's short. It's 4 minutes and 30 seconds. But I do just want to give the 3-minute video about the Yemeni airstrike before that, and then we can go into it.
Oh, yeah, you can get a steak from there, too, if you want. I didn't realize. It's probably decent. Yeah, let me tell you, though, do you like spicy stuff? Or are you
Yeah.
Okay, so let me tell you. So, see how they have this stuff called Diablo?
Should we just...
Go ahead, mute it.
The US says tonight that it is not interested in a war with Yemen, just hours after American and British missiles hit Houthi rebel positions there. 5 people were killed and 6 wounded, but a White House spokesman said President Biden's actions were about preventing any escalation of conflict. The joint military strikes were in response to nearly 2 months of attacks by the Iran-backed Houthi movement on cargo ships in the Red Sea, disrupting commercial shipping and the global economy. The Houthis say that they're targeting Western support for Israel. A coalition of countries were involved in last night's military operation to destroy Houthi military infrastructure and munitions. Some of the targets were in the Yemeni capital, Sana'a. The Houthis, who control much of Yemen, retaliated by firing 1 ballistic missile today, which failed to hit a target, and they warned that Britain and the US will pay a heavy price for their aggression. Here's our international editor, Jeremy Bowen.
This is wild. Yemen's capital, a huge rally against the airstrikes.
Did you see that video that I sent you earlier?
Yeah, I saw it.
What they were chanting?
Yeah.
I feel like chicken parm.
They literally were just like, we don't give a fuck. Keep going.
Support of Palestinians filled the city's broadest boulevard. It was organized. The Houthis do not.
However, that banner with the text, the Arabic text on it, is a little dicey for anybody that knows.
What's it say?
Not allow unauthorized protest.
All right, so these banners here, have you ever looked up what that means?
No, I want to know.
Okay.
The one that there's a bunch of white ones, they're all the same, or?
Yes. So that's the slogan of the Houthi movement.
What is Ansar Allah's slogan?
Okay. It's a little
I only have one problem with it.
Well, yeah, I mean the one problem is
it's a pretty big problem, It's
80% is a B-.
I don't know. I don't think you would be saying that same thing if it said curse upon black people or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, one of those is really sticking out, Everything else involved in it is like, all right, cool.
Yeah, but it's kind of hard to really, parse it like that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I could let a couple of the other things slide, but there's one that's just kind of like
nothing else even slide, really, in my opinion. Everything else is pretty straightforward, but it's kind of really ruined by that one thing.
That one thing,
That sticking point.
What is this? What is this? That is actually the what is this? This is the official logo of the Houthi movement.
Slogan of the Houthi movement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's problematic. That's extremely problematic.
It's as problematic as you can get.
I would not endorse that. It actually makes me, more critical of the entire Houthi movement.
Right. So, I just wanted to make sure that, like, look, everybody.
Oh, I'm glad that you brought it up because you could have just let that by.
I could, right? But like, that's not what we do here. Okay, like critical support, but also be aware of all the things that other people.
Alcoholic Gordon said, batting a .8, but getting ejected for throwing the bat.
Oh man, on that 10th at bat, he ran around the bases, smashing people in the face. I don't know what it was. But hey,
So like
that was so good.
I just want for other people in chat, they're going to be like, no, I support the Houthis. I think they're cool. Or, technically we should be, calling them what they are, Ansar Allah, right? I think that that what they're doing is cool and legit and stuff. You should probably know that there's a slogan involved here. I showed my dad and asked him to translate. You're right, Ree. Let's see if Wikipedia is actually being accurate. Let us know what your dad says. What does that last piece of red text actually say, right?
Oh shit.
Also,
based in red pill.
do we really have the same reaction to kill the boar?
Wait, hang on. I'm sorry. Reese said he goes Allahu Akbar, then he goes, that's dangerous. That's
He's like, oh, God is great. Yep, absolutely.
Habibti, don't send this stuff to me anymore. Don't send anything like this to me ever again.
What are you watching on the internet, Ree?
So, anyways, you will probably be engaging with people, right, that don't have even critical support for these kinds of things, right? And you don't need this gotcha, to be the moment where you're learning that, what their slogan is, right?
They're going to come at you with, yeah.
Right. So, be aware of that.
It's probably just important to keep in mind in your own appraisal of the movement and how you feel about it, that there's explicitly anti-Semitic language in the official slogan.
Right.
So I mean, and I'm a very nuanced individual in my approach to foreign affairs and things like that. You know what I mean? And I understand that there's the things that you have to take into consideration on both sides, and I don't put things into cartoonish boxes of good and evil or anything like that. But you know what I mean? That's certainly something to be considered when that's there.
Okay. All right. Can I put it back up?
What is going on? What is going on in chat right now, dude?
I'm mostly paying attention to what Rhea is saying. So Rhea says, death to,
trying to translate that.
Death to Jewish people. I'm paraphrasing here. Oh my God, this is gonna get clipped. Palestine is for us. Can you put it back up? Yeah. So I think that I don't know if you watched the latest Sami Hamdi interview with Thinking Muslim podcast, David, but he did say that part of the movement, and I cannot back this up. I'm purely going off of what Sami Hamdi is saying. That what the hell is it? They want to have control over the Al-Aqsa Mosque. They think it's their turn to be the protectors of it. So I don't know. There's a lot going on there that I don't feel qualified enough to speak on too much. But let's continue
Organized, the Houthis do not allow unauthorized protests, but without question, millions in Yemen and across the Arab world are.
Dude, we can't have shit like this in our chat. Like, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? I know, but like, it's just coming up with like no context whatsoever, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like, if anybody was to clip this stream and like show it to somebody, like we would get fucking obliterated.
Yeah, but
because
like, all
there's.
you have to do is just have a mod delete it.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's kind of what I'm saying is like that's probably what should be happening to statements like that.
Let's just
wait. Like, no place allows unauthorized protests. What are you talking about? You can't protest in Sweden without getting previous authority like being allowed to do it.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure that it's. I just don't want it to be able to be misconstrued and taken out of context, which I think it could easily be just in those like snippets that I was put in there. And I'm not blaming you or accusing you of utilizing that language because that would be a different issue, and I would have brought it up differently. But that's definitely not what I'm saying. But still, I think we need to tread carefully in this extremely,
right.
We do have friends of ours that are no longer streaming on the platform because of certain types of situations being taken out of context.
We're probably gonna get a YouTube strike for this.
Being taken out of context all the time.
Yeah, but you enjoy it.
And regard the American and British airstrikes as an escalation on Israel's behalf.
Oh, look at
During
them
the
go.
night, the Americans launched their attack from a carrier battle group in the Red Sea. Like Britain, they'd warned the Houthis that this was coming if they didn't stop hitting shipping. The airstrikes are intended to show that Western red lines won't turn pink under pressure. But if anything, the Houthis will be even more determined to carry on.
Yeah, so why do it?
Yahya Saree, a Houthi military spokesman, said the Americans and British were responsible for criminal aggression, which would be answered with attacks on all hostile targets on land and sea. The RAF released video of its jets taking off for Yemen from the British base in Cyprus. The British are trying to distance airstrikes aimed at opening the Red Sea from the war in Gaza.
It's clear that this type of behaviour can't be met without a response. We need to send a strong signal that this breach of international law.
Oh, it's our favorite
wrong.
unelected
People
prime
can't
minister.
Like this with impunity, and that's why, together with allies, we've decided to take this action.
Even more emphatically, an American military spokesman told CBS News in the US that the strikes were nothing to do with Gaza.
It's important to differentiate between what's happening between Israel and Hamas and what's happening in the Red Sea. You have the Houthi rebels that are conducting indiscriminate attacks against international shipping. Over 50 countries have been affected by this, affecting the economic prosperity of multiple nations.
But the Houthis, whose commanders captured a ship in the Red Sea in December, say their attacks are to support Palestinians in Gaza and to hit Israel's allies. Iran provides the Houthis training and weapons, and the Houthis say these attacks will go on until the fighting in Gaza stops. Britain and the US oppose an immediate ceasefire in the war. The airstrikes, this was the RAF raid, are only partly about freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. The reality is that they're also directly linked to events in Gaza and represent an escalation in the crisis that is gripping the Middle East. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News.
So yeah, I just wanted to show that video real quick, and then we can go very quickly into the ICJ ruling. I'm just going to start that now.
So you've been listening to proceedings at the International Court of Justice. This is day 2 of South Africa's petition against Israel. South Africa, as a reminder, accusing Israel of genocide and asking the court to order for provisional measures to stop the way Israel is conducting this war. Now, South Africa made its case yesterday. What we've been hearing over the last hour and a half or so, and will continue to hear after this coffee break, is Israel's defense against this allegation of genocide. Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, Marwan Bashara, is with me. You've been listening along with me to this for the last hour and a half. I suppose we'll get into more detail on this, especially afterwards when we've heard the whole thing. But what's your initial reaction to what you've been hearing?
Well, look, I think the legal team started very weak. In fact, some bits of it was almost illogical. The idea to start a defense of Israel in the case of genocide by saying about what about Hamas, I think that was quite weak. Talking about Hamas.
That was the legal advisor to Israel's foreign ministry who was
Yes.
making that point mostly.
Yes, absolutely. That's how it all started. And the idea of comparing Hamas's damage to Gaza with Israel's damage to Gaza, I thought that was just almost illogical, saying that Hamas also booby-trapped buildings when we know, and we've heard yesterday, how tens of thousands of bombs were dropped on Gaza by Israel. So making those comparisons seemed very strange to me, very weak. And the idea of trying to compare images, Israeli babies, really, Israelis want to compare the few babies there with 7,000, 8,000 babies killed. I thought also that was not a good line of defense. The second point that I thought was quite weak was the context, the idea that there is no context other than October 7, and we cannot go back to 75 years of dispossession and occupation. I thought that was totally meritless. And third, the idea of the benevolence, how Israel does not aim to destroy civilians, but to protect civilians. I thought that was way beyond the logic of what we've seen unravel in plain sight over the past 3 months. Now you get to the strong points. The strong points were two, one technical and one profound. The technical one was dispute, that South Africa did not make enough effort to go and exchange views with Israel about the issue. And I think he could almost get Israel off technicality that, wait a minute, these are two states that are supposed to have a dispute, not a uni-dispute.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. There needs to be a dispute for the court to actually hear this case.
Yeah.
Is there a dispute? He's saying, no, there isn't.
Well, yesterday, Dugar, the South African judge, did claim that there was, and the appeals by South Africa were basically dismissed. Now we're saying, we're hearing from the Israelis that no, they were not exactly dismissed. It was very short time, and it was Jewish holiday. And how could we get those notes from them? Probably the judges will have to make decisions on that. Again, it's technicality more than anything else, because there's a certain urgency here, and the South Africans were not going to wait for the procrastination of Israel to take its course until everyone in Gaza is destroyed and whatever. Anyway.
The other strong point you think they made?
I think the strongest point was the framework and the intent. So you could claim that Israel carried.
So Baldwin's Go said they basically just saying that the court has no legitimacy, which is false, that all of this is self-defense, which is irrelevant. So yeah, and I'd like to speak on two of those points, because those are both super important things that you brought up there, Baldwin. Is that, for one, saying that the ICJ has no legitimacy is ridiculous, because one, Israel is voluntarily a part of the United Nations, and the ICJ is an organ of the United Nations, which means that all constituent nations of the UN are under the jurisdiction of the ICJ. Secondly, what was the second part? Oh, that's self-defense. They're saying self-defense, which is irrelevant, and it isn't irrelevant because per the Genocide Convention, which Israel is signatory to, per the Genocide Convention, it doesn't matter what is done to you. In the realm of international humanitarian law, if somebody breaches international humanitarian law, that does not justify, it does not beget a further breach of international humanitarian law. You can't just be like, well, they bombed us, or they did this, or October 7th. You can't say that and then be therefore absolved of your crimes against humanity. Like, for example, it's almost like if you bring it down to like the domestic level, say somebody killed my brother, right? Say somebody came in and murdered my brother, and then I kicked their door and I killed their whole family in like a vigilante fucking massacre because I was so upset about that. No court in the world, there might be some consideration about my emotional state, but you would absolutely be sentenced on that. And it's similar in this respect in international law as well.
And then like also when it comes to like this whole right to defend itself, which Israel doesn't have because it is an occupying force, right?
Correct.
While Palestine has a right to resistance, they do not have a right to defend themselves. That's
codified in international law. Yeah. They have the right to resist. But there is a clause on that they still can't attack civilians, by the way.
I know.
So I'm just throwing that out there. But
yeah. I know. But like, again, there is no real kind of like evidence that there was a purpose to attack civilians, right? Like even when they attacked the festivals, they didn't even know the festival was there, right, and engaged with police and
Right,
so on.
but I can promise you that during an international law, that they would have been. There's tons of things. Even South Africa has brought up things that in which Hamas has breached international law. They even brought this up in the case.
An example for elsewhere, right? Okay, if you look at Crimea, for an example,
right?
Ukraine shut off the water, the freshwater access to all of Crimea, right? They did that by damming something up in Ukraine, right? Russia then tried to go and say you can't shut off the water to Crimea, right? That is a crime and stuff like that. And the response Russia got is that you're the occupying force. It is your responsibility to supply the people in Crimea with the necessities for life, including water, right? So in that sense, because like Russia is technically like regardless of what the people in Crimea want and so on, right, which they overwhelmingly want to be a part of Russia, Russia is still an occupying force in Crimea, and therefore it bears the sole responsibility to support Crimea, including with fresh water, even though Ukraine were the ones that shut off all fresh water to Crimea. It was still Russia's responsibility, right, as an occupying force, and the same goes for Israel, right?
And one thing to bring up as well, this is something that gets brought up a lot in the people that are trying to defend Israel and defend the occupation and everything like that. They keep saying that this is like a double standard, that we're applying this unfairly to Israel because they're like, well, what about Hamas? What about they break international law and nobody bats an eye? However, when Israel does it, now it's up into the ICJ. And it's like, fine, you can accuse me of having a double standard on that, but the fact of the matter is that the Geneva Convention has a double standard when it comes to an occupier versus an occupied people. So you can call me out for a double standard, but the fact of the matter is that the highest court of international law also imposes a double standard on those who are an occupier. So you can't treat these things as a symmetry. It is a fundamentally asymmetrical conflict, and it needs to always be viewed in that context.
Although, can I just give Chad a little bit of inside baseball real quick?
Go ahead.
It's so cool that I got that exact rant, like almost word for word last night.
Yeah.
And I just like getting to watch it get put into action right now. That was a beautiful thing. That oof, I got chills. Oh.
I'm a little unclear about this, but I think also Hamas cannot be subject to genocide convention because it's one, not a state, and two, previous courts, Bosnia or Serbia, said Serbia was not guilty for genocide because the actual genocide was done by proxy forces who are not states. Well, for one, the genocide convention is one thing, but there's still breaches of international law, international humanitarian law that are not particularly part of the genocide convention, that you don't have to be necessarily like a signatory to the specific genocide convention. There is still like a broader sense of international humanitarian law that is not completely within the genocide convention. Like if you read like the human rights reports that have been coming out about Hamas since like Cast led in 2009, they frequently bring up certain things that Hamas does that do constitute violations of international law.
I know, but then also, right? Like when it comes to like the ICC is different from ICJ, but like they have been wanting to bring up the crimes of Israel in the ICC, but been told they cannot and have to go through Israeli courts, right? So they are not permitted to. I mean, that's why this had to come from South Africa, because Palestine themselves could not bring forward this case, right? Whether to the ICJ or the ICC, right? Which they have been wanting to bring it in front of the ICC, but the US have also been one of the ones that said it's like, no, you have to break up with Israeli courts, and it's like, yeah, good luck with that. But wait. Also to note, though, that Israeli courts themselves have in many cases deemed things that Israel has done as illegal towards the Palestinians.
But also, I would like to throw out that this conversation that we're having right now highlights one of the fundamental contradictions of this conflict, the occupation, and the existence of Israel in general, right? Because Norm Finkelstein brought this up, and I never had thought about it before, and this is really a very interesting way of putting it. An occupation can only be temporary. If an operation is not temporary, it's an annexation. There's no, it has to be either or. So when we're looking at this, Palestine, if Palestine is not an occupation, if Palestine is occupied, then it's a state, that it has autonomy. If it's not occupied, then if it's not an occupation, then it's an annexation.
Right.
And this is like a fundamental difference, that like Palestine has been like existing for 50 years in this like limbo of like, is it a state or is it an occupation? And it seems like it does not seem like a temporary occupation. So it seems
it depends on what is more convenient for Israel. It's a state
Right.
when it's acting
yeah.
in its own
Yeah.
defense. It's not a state when they are doing things to, them. But when consequences come from the way they are behaving towards this state that they have annexed, then it's a state again.
Exactly.
So it's
And well, I
fast
mean, and look
moves.
at the fucking West Bank. How are you going to tell me that this is a temporary occupation when you have settled in the majority of it? You've put settlers and built settlements within it. Like, that does not bode well. That seems like this is an annexation. Like, it seems wild to me that you can even refer to the West Bank as an occupied territory when there's so many settlers in it, which heavily implies that this is not a temporary occupation, which means that if it is not of a temporary nature, it is quite literally an illegal annexation in violation of United Nations Resolution 242.
Well, like they will like annexation is one of the things they will absolutely say they're not. I mean, they will also say they're not occupying because like they say, oh, we've left like
We pulled the settlements out in 2005.
Yeah, we pulled the settlements out in Gaza, so it's like on their own. It's not occupied and stuff like that. But at the same time, they control everything that goes in and out of Gaza, right? So
But they control everything that would give a state its sovereignty.
Yeah.
There is no standing army. There is no airport. There is no economy. There is no fishing. There is no maritime trade. There is no border control. Anything other no freedom of movement. Exactly. There is no. There is nothing of a semblance of a state of Palestine, which is why it is correctly referred to often as a concentration camp or an open air prison.
Yeah.
Right.
Heinous crimes, terrible crimes, and you can make all the claims you want, but is it genocide? Because if it's not genocide, or
I gotta
other
run to pick up
genocide
this food.
conventions
David's gonna
that way,
take over the mic.
then this court has no jurisdiction. to
Welcome,
discuss any
co-host
of it.
David.
It doesn't matter how bad the situation
the case
is.
disappears, yeah.
And his case for the intent was as such. Israelis might be saying a lot of terrible things. They might be angry. They might be infuriated by the October 7 account. But does that add up to intent carried out by the war cabinet or the security cabinet, trickle down to the command of the military in order to carry a genocide against the Palestinians, destroying them in whole or in part? Does the anger and the statements, or Israel speaking out of both sides of its mouth, like Netanyahu, like Gallant, does that add up to genocidal intent, or that just a bunch of Israelis being very angry and infuriated at Hamas?
Let's take this to our legal.
So that was that video, and on to the next one.
I'll make a few points absolutely clear. Israel has no intention of my foot's gonna permanently occupy your ass in a second. My God, with this
what?
bullshit.
What happened? Where is that in chat?
The thing
Netanyahu quote.
Bibi said that Baldwin posted.
Yeah.
Just want to make a few points. Israel has no intention of permanently occupying Gaza or displacing its civilian population, even though that's a lie. That they have multiple times like sought for a deal to get like Egypt or another country to accept the population of Gaza. So,
Yeah.
all right.
And then another thing about it is that you cannot say that because there's like intent and so on, right? And then there is also like when it comes to are you taking any steps to avoid civilian casualties, which they're not, right? Like the last shipment of bombs that were going towards Israel were like dumb bombs. They weren't smart bombs, right? So which means they do not have any targeting, right? Which means that they are dropped whatever, right? There's no guidance system, nothing, right? They're just bombing, right? So that also goes to like that the bombing is absolutely indiscriminate, right? Because you can't say, because what Israel's saying, oh, we're carrying out precision strikes and stuff like that. You're not, because you can't, because the ammunition you use is not smart bombs.
Right. 50% of them are completely unguided.
Mm. Yeah, and the latest shipment they got from the U.S. was all dumb bombs.
Right.
And those are just the bombs that aren't war crimes. You know, there's like the white phosphorus and shit.
Right. So let me see here. Would you rather why bombing Yemen could spark catastrophe, or start an Avi Shlaim video about we need a one-state solution is what it's titled.
I have to get to bed.
Oh, all right, fine. I guess I'll allow it.
One of the books I noticed on Pat's bookshelf was an Avi Shlaim book.
Yeah.
Not the bookshelf, on the table.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like that guy. Also, he's got nice soothing grandpa voice.
He does. He does have a nice soothing grandpa voice.
Yeah, like, although you might need to run it at 1.25 because he's got grandpa brain as well.
Okay, well, we'll see about that.
Good night, everyone.
Grom.
Yo, take it easy, Grom.
Bye.
Everybody go follow Grom. Maybe you'll get a little treat. Maybe he'll stream one day.
Maybe.
And then you'll be like, oh shit.
I mean, it's unlikely, but you know.
I know, but I can dream. Okay.
Yeah, chat could, I guess, dream. I guess I'll allow it.
Revolutionary optimism.
Yeah, whatever that is. All right, so.
Hello, I'm very honoured today to be joined by a very distinguished guest, Professor Avi Shlaim. I know very many of you have been very excited. I gave people a heads up that I'm talking to you today, Avi. So thank you so much for joining me. For those who don't know, very distinguished historian, specialist, of course, in the Middle East, Israel, Zionism. And in the current horror, one of the best pieces of work that I've certainly read was by you in Prospect magazine, and that went viral. Now, I mean, firstly, it's a huge honor to be joined by you, so thank you so much for joining us. I just want to start by talking about yourself, if that's okay, because you've got a very fascinating and relevant backstory, and I think we'll end up going full circle with this, actually, by the end. You're Jewish, and you were born in Iraq. So just wondering if you want to tell us just a bit about that history, because it's obviously extremely relevant.
I was born in Baghdad in 1945 to a Jewish family, and when I was 5 years old, my family moved to Israel, so I went to school in Israel, and I recently wrote an autobiography which is called 3 Worlds, Memoirs of an Arab Jew. So today I describe myself as an Arab Jew. And this is a very controversial term in Israel. Israelis say that it's a contradiction in terms. It's an ontological impossibility. If you're a Jew, you cannot be an Arab. And if you're an Arab, you cannot be a Jew. Well, I beg to differ, and I can think of no better way of describing my initial identity as that of an Arab Jew. We were Arab Jews in Baghdad. We spoke Arabic at home. We spoke only Arabic at home. Our culture was Arab culture. Our customs were Arab customs. My parents' music was a nice blend of Jewish and Arabic music. And there was a Jewish community in every Arab state throughout the Arab world. And the Jewish community in Iraq was the most prosperous, the most successful, the most well-integrated community, and it contributed to nation building at every level. So the Jews were a very positive element in Arab society in the 1930s and 40s. This all changed with the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948 and the defeat of the Arab armies in Palestine. There was a backlash against the Jews, and it was this backlash that uprooted my family and myself. But I still like to describe myself as an Arab Jew, controversial as it is, because I'm proud of being Jewish, and I'm equally proud of being an Arab. I'm proud of my Arab heritage, and I don't see any contradiction between the two. And my memoirs have aroused a lot of interest in the Arab world because anyone who was born after 1948 has no idea that once upon a time there was a very extensive Jewish community that lived in the Arab world and for the most part lived in harmony with coexistence. For my family and myself, Muslim-Jewish coexistence was not an ideal, was not an abstract idea, it was our everyday reality. And it is this world that has been, this old world, very happy world, was swept away in the 20th century by the Cold War, cold winds of nationalism.
It's also kind of funny because he brings up something similar to what Sami Hamdi brings up every time he talks about Antony Blinken visiting Egypt. Right? That, like, you know, I come here, you know, as a Jewish man first, right? And he's like, why do you feel the need to say that? We didn't do that.
What did I do to you?
We didn't commit. You know,
he's always talking about Sisi.
Yeah, like we didn't do that to your people.
And it's that world that I wanted to recreate, reanimate in my memoirs. And as you suggested, hopefully we'll end up in a full circle and come back to this idea of Jewish-Muslim coexistence, possibly in one democratic state in Israel-Palestine.
I think that is how we will go full circle. I should also explain, by the way, I mean, I spoke before, I'm in Paris. There's building work currently going on, so I'm silencing myself, which will be to the delight of much of my audience. But we will go full circle with what you just said by the end. Now, I'm just interested in your thoughts about the evolution of Zionism. And I'm interested in this because the left, and this is perhaps something that the left could be self-critical about, but it's a history people don't realize. The left used to have quite a different relationship with Zionism. And indeed, when Israel was founded, much of the left supported that. I mean, I'm not sure if we conflate the Soviet Union with the left, but the Soviet Union at the time was the first state to de jure back the foundation of Israel. People might remember 1985, Neil Kinnock's famous speech when he attacked Militant, and Eric Heffer walked off the stage, very much a left-wing stalwart, also a Zionist. Tony Benn used to denounce the PLO. It's quite interesting that history is often not discussed. And I'm just wondering what you thought about that, how Zionism was originally seen, but whether what we see now is actually the logical endpoint and evolution of Zionism. It used to have these socialist pretenses, but it was always based on that mass displacement of the Palestinians, the Nakba, which at the time, much of the left didn't even talk about. So I'm just wondering what your thoughts about how Zionism was originally seen and whether its reality was airbrushed and whether you see it's developed now as its inevitable endpoint.
Zionism was a liberal ideology and based on universal values like freedom, independence, justice, and equality. And in the 1950s, Israel was indeed a socialist icon. And because it was democratic, because it was socialist, because it was progressive, it received a huge amount of international sympathy and support. But Israel has evolved a long way from that early period. And we'll probably come back to that later, what happened in reality is that Israel mistreated the Palestinians. Israel embarked on the systematic takeover of Palestine, and a huge gap developed between the Zionist rhetoric, the Zionist ideal, and the reality of Israel's treatment of the Palestinians on the ground. And the Zionist founding fathers filled this gap with humbug and hypocrisy. Now, Noam Chomsky once said that settler Zionism is the most extreme and vicious form of imperialism. The Palestinians have had the unique misfortune of being at the receiving end of both Zionist settler colonialism on the one hand and Western imperialism on the other hand. First, during the British Mandate when it was Britain, and since 1948, it's been American imperialism that has supported the Zionist project. So Zionism was increasing, or rather the state of Israel was increasingly seen as an imperialist power allied to America. And there is no better demonstration of that perception, critical perception of Israel, than the tragedy that is unfolding in the Gaza Strip today, not just with American complicity, but with American active support for the Israeli massacres.
I was very struck by something which the brilliant Canadian writer, Naomi Klein, who's had a big impact on myself and a whole, I'd say, generation of progressive writers and thinkers. She's, of course, Jewish herself. And
Did he just say Naomi Klein?
I was going to say, did he just call himself a progressive thinker? Oh.
I thought Naomi Klein was a she, her.
Oh, I don't.
Hang on, let me back that up.
I don't know. I didn't catch that part.
I was very struck by something which the brilliant Canadian writer, Naomi Klein, who's had a big impact on myself and a whole...
He's saying Naomi Klein, right?
I thought
Naomi Klein was a woman. He's doing the English thing where it's just like Naomi Klein.
So we're getting
yeah. Also, like, she's had one good book, and it was her home run, and that was it. Shock Doctrine, solid shit. Everything after that is kind of
the Bobby Bonilla of writing theory.
Is there a Naomi Klein?
Gnome?
Nope, it's just
Noam Chomsky Klein.
Naomi Klein is a Canadian author.
I'd say, generation of progressive writers and thinkers. She's, of course, Jewish herself, and she wrote about how the West founded Israel as a form of reparations for the crimes committed against the Jewish people. And obviously, within living memory, the Holocaust, the attempt to exterminate the entire Jewish population, 2/3 of whom were killed in Europe in a very short space of time. But she said that involved granting a form of exceptionalism, whereby, for example, the forms of colonialism that the West was at that time increasingly being forced to abandon because of the struggle of the peoples who'd been colonized, but Israel almost was given an opt-out out of that, and a form of exceptionalism. There's something actually Raz Segal, the Israeli-American scholar of genocide and Holocaust I've interviewed. I mean, he talks about this, how there's a form of exceptionalism granted in international law to Israel as a consequence. And I was just wondering what you thought about that kind of analysis, I suppose.
Yeah, Philbo, the problem is that he speaks.
The Holocaust was a uniquely evil.
Also, like, if you got like that kind of construction going on, like adjacent to wherever it is you're recording, just reschedule, dude. Just reschedule. Like, ask the old man, like, hey, is there like any other day you could do this?
I didn't realize there wasn't like something happening at one of Pat's neighbors until right now when you paused the fucking thing. I was like, okay, that's just white noise I'm gonna have to deal with because this is just happening in my world right now. And then you paused it and said the thing about the construction noise, and I was like, fuck, it's in the video.
Yeah. Also, just give me a second. I really have to use the bathroom.
That's quite all right. I'll keep chatting.
I feel guilty just kind of like leaving you here because it's like
and it had consequences. One of the consequences was to make
Once
an
again,
unassailable case for an independent Jewish state.
What up?
And in the aftermath of the Second World War, there was a Western feeling of guilt towards the Jewish people, and a feeling that they had to be compensated for the Holocaust. Something really major, something titanic had to be done for the Jews in the aftermath of this catastrophe. And that thing was an independent Jewish state. This explains why the UN voted for the partition of Palestine in 1947, the partition of mandatory Palestine into two states, one Arab, one Jewish. This was very unfair.
Oh, I wonder what Pat's going to say when he gets back down to red and green lights again.
And they were allocated 55% of mandatory Palestine. So the Arabs rejected partition and went to war. And then in the course of the war, Israel expanded its borders to 78% of mandatory Palestine.
Dave fires up Rocket League.
Explains the
great deal
about why Israel came into existence.
You know, no one's looking. Pat's going to see the lights, and I want to see his reaction.
And the rather permissive attitude towards Israel and its use of force after it was established. But I cannot agree that Israel was granted an exceptional status under international law, because international law is universal. The same rules apply to everybody, and they apply to Israel as well. And it's because of Israel's behavior, because of its use of military force, because of its violations of international law, because of the occupation, that it alienated world opinion. And today, I think that more and more people no longer give Israel this immunity, this exceptional status, because the Holocaust, the Jews were the victims of the Holocaust, whereas today in Gaza, it's Israel which is the perpetrator of a genocide of Palestinians. So things have changed very radically, and now Israel receives much less immunity in public opinion because of the Holocaust.
I'm just interested in, as a historian, obviously, of this, of Israel, of Zionism, the Middle East, the attempt to start the clock on the 7th of October, and obviously 7th of October is a huge trauma.
What just happened? Oh, it's because you changed the fucking lights?
Yeah, I called eyes the lights.
I didn't even realize that you had changed them.
Yeah.
Also, did we ever thank Hashkush for gifting Skim Kardashian a tier 1 sub?
I did.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I missed that. Sorry. I was trying to figure out how to use mod view on this thing.
Obviously, in Israel and beyond, and it included war crimes, severe war crimes, which were committed against innocent Israeli civilians, which no one should be any doubt about. what there's been is obviously often this all the way through an attempt to say this is when this all began, essentially, and everything else, apartheid, occupation, mass displacement of the Palestinians.
Yeah, that's a beautiful looking chicken
from
parm, though.
1948 onwards, before arguably. I'm just wondering what your thoughts about that and why it's important to have a historical context, both for 7th of October, but also to explain everything that's happened since.
Mid-bite.
It's impossible to make any sense of what is happening today without understanding the historical context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The Hamas attack on Israel on the 7th of October was
What's up? How's the video been?
Horrific.
I mean, it's Avi Shlaim. He don't miss, you know? So far, he just gave like a brief introduction to like who he is, his life, his autobiography that he recently put out.
I had it.
Was there anything that I missed when I went to the bathroom, David? You weren't paying attention, were you?
I was paying attention to chat. No.
You're making a mockery of this entire production that we have.
And cannot be justified because it involved the killing of 1,200 Israelis, mostly civilians, and atrocities were committed. So it was a horrific event which has been denounced and must be denounced.
Okay, yeah,
would probably also.
But as the Secretary General of the United Nations said at the time, this attack didn't happen in a vacuum. It happened in the context of 56 years of suffocating Israeli occupation. And he went on to say that the context doesn't justify the attack, but it helps to explain it. And the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Mr. Erdan, immediately launched a vicious personal attack on the Secretary General of the United Nations. He accused him falsely of anti-Semitism. He said nothing that was anti-Semitic. He called for his resignation. He appealed to members of the United Nations to stop funding the organization. And he even said that the Secretary General of the UN is a threat to world peace. Now, there is nothing new about Israeli hostility towards the UN, but the contrast between the civility, the decency, the humanity of the Secretary General and the crudeness and the crassness of the Israeli representative is very striking. I would follow, and I have followed in my writing, the example of the Secretary General of the UN in trying to put the war in Gaza in a historical context. And the brief historical context, the long historical context would take us back to the Balfour Declaration of 1917. But I would like to start with the Israeli occupation of Gaza in 1967, and the fact that the Palestinians for 56 years have been living under occupation, the most prolonged and brutal military occupation of modern times. So this is the everyday reality for Palestinians on the West Bank and Gaza, a brutal military occupation, arbitrary occupation that denies them independence, denies them human rights, denies them all of the basic rights that every people is entitled to. What Israel experienced on the 7th of October is a very, very extreme and dramatic and painful attack, but it is has to be seen against the background of long-standing Palestinian suffering. And there is one other point about the context for the Hamas attack. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's line to the Israeli public is that he is the guarantor of Israeli security, and that the Palestinians are finished. The Palestinians are defeated.
And
Israel
Domino
is
Big
free
Boy,
to
first
do
time in
whatever
chat. How are you?
likes on the West Bank. And as for Gaza, it's contained within the prison of Gaza. Gaza is the largest open-air prison in the world, and part of his policy was to allow Hamas to govern Gaza. But Gaza was contained. There was an Israeli blockade of Gaza, which has been in force for 16 years.
Pause it real quick. I'm sure you already brought this up, but Avi Shlaim is just, aside from just being like a dazzlingly skilled historian and well-read and very good at writing and has many books that are very interesting, he also has such a unique perspective to talk about this conflict. And I'm sure you brought this up when you put on the video, right? That he is an Arab Jewish person that came from Iraq, lived in Iraq until he was 9, then lived in Israel. So it's this perspective, because we have this binary idea of this conflict, that there's the Arabs and then there's the Jews, and there's an Arab perspective and there's a Jewish perspective, and these are necessarily conflicting. They're mutually exclusive. And Avi Shlaim is the perfect example of why it is not mutually exclusive. It's so much more complicated than that. And like this binary is false. Maybe you have a binary view. Maybe I do. Maybe
You do.
Also, you'll never believe what I just found in the watch later thing on our fucking
What'd you find?
I'll hit the video and I'll send it to you on Facebook.
All right.
Is a form of collective punishment which is prescribed by international law. After the Hamas attack on Israel, Israel extended the blockade that had inflicted so much suffering on the Palestinians in Gaza.
Oh my God,
and now they cut off water, food, medical supplies, and fuel. So they use starvation as a weapon of war. This is a new level of brutality, of cruelty, even of sadism. So that is the background to the Hamas attack, because the message that sent was, we are not defeated, we are not finished. And Hamas, it's true that the Palestinian Authority doesn't represent any resistance. Indeed, the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah has become a subcontractor for Israeli security. That's why it doesn't enjoy legitimacy. And Hamas said, we are still here. We cannot be ignored. And we continue to lead the national struggle against the occupation. And there was one other reason for the timing of the Hamas attack, and that is that America persuaded a number of Arab countries, 4 Arab countries, to sign the Abraham Accords with Israel.
Thank you, Ross.
And America put very strong pressure on Saudi Arabia
Thank
to
you for your
join the
service.
circle
Yeah, we appreciate
of
you.
the
You're
Abraham
right.
Accords. And there was a deal that was on the table. It would have taken a few more weeks, and Saudi Arabia would have joined the circle of Arab states who are at peace
Oh yeah,
with
Domino
Israel.
Big Boy. Glad to have you around.
And Hamas wanted to prevent that. Indeed, at the very least, Saudi Arabia has suspended the
We spent the
attempt
first like
to
20
sign
minutes
the
of stream
peace
shitting on
agreement.
me, so
What?
don't worry about it. I said we spent the first 20 minutes of stream shitting on me, so don't worry about it. Don't take it personally. It's how we show love.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's how we were socialized.
We're Italian.
I'm not
When you're-
Italian.
When you're,
Culturally.
I'm also not Italian.
I
but
am.
When you're here, you're family. Olive Garden.
Exactly.
Hey, I mean, chicken parm. You're not Italian. Look, you got a fucking Italian hoagie. You're not Italian. This guy's eating Italian hoagie flavored fucking chips. Chet.
Yeah.
They got it in the chips.
It's true.
Like, just because I have Ethiopian food does not make me Ethiopian. Oh, thank you, baby. Gonna let that sit for an hour so I don't burn the roof of my mouth like I do every other time.
With Israel. The Abraham Accords represent a stab in the back to the Palestinians because they give Netanyahu what he wants. Netanyahu's line is that Israel can make peace with the Arab states without making any concessions to the Palestinians. And he seemed to be vindicated. But now, as a result of the Hamas attack, it is clear that the Arab world cannot continue to ignore the Palestinians, and that the Palestinians are going to continue to put up resistance to the occupation.
I'm interested in how you termed Israel's onslaught against Gaza state terrorism. Given, I mean, terrorism has been used by Western states basically to claim their violence is legitimate and moral, and they're in contrast to their opponents. It's a very politicized term, terrorism. It is interesting, actually, in the context of the so-called Daher doctrine developed in the 2006 Lebanon war, in which essentially Israeli strategy is to you inflict.
It's crazy because, like, we literally brought up, like, all of these things that regularly come up, right? We brought up back in, like, May while we were reading The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine.
It's true.
I was.
Many of you were there. Many of you had the privilege of witnessing it.
And it was informing 80% of the analysis I was doing on the Democracy Now! Coverage of countless raids that Israel was doing on refugee camps, that like all of that shit that was happening before October 7th.
Yeah, Janine. And I remember in Janine, just months before this happened, Israel was launching its largest incursion into the West Bank since 2002. Yes. In 20 years, it was the largest military excursion that they were taking into the West Bank. So, like, pretending that Israel was this babe in the woods, this dove of peace that was just trying to, like, exist and just, like, not bother anyone is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, that's me.
And you know why?
On Pat's couch.
And you know why? It's because when a Palestinian dies, when the West Bank is invaded, when a helicopter shoots a missile into a group of protesters in the West Bank, that flies by your little news ticker on CNN and you don't even raise your fucking eyebrows. You don't even think twice about it. Palestinians have been dying for 75 years. You might say, oh, that's sad. You might say, oh, I wish they'd stop that. But the Western media doesn't give a fuck. It's not breaking news. It's not headline news. That's business as usual. October 7th broke the fucking mold, and it revolutionized the discourse on this entire thing. That was when things were different. That's when things were news at that point.
Also, was the
terrible damage on civilians.
What'd you say, David?
Also, it was the unprecedented in that it was the first and only time that, like, an Arab force, let alone indigenous Palestinians, were able to take land back from, like, the occupier. Like,
populations with terrible civilian fatalities in order, in the context of Lebanon, to get them to put pressure on Hezbollah and in Gaza to put pressure on Hamas. And a brilliant Israeli and Palestinian publication called 972 magazine, plus 972 magazine, actually used they spoke to sources of military intelligence to kind of confirm this was actually happening. But I'm just interested in that, your view on state terrorism, Israel, given obviously the official claim of Israel is that this is self-defense, that they're waging self-defense to shut down terrorism. So just what's your thoughts on how terrorism is used and why we should talk about this as state terrorism?
I'll be right back.
All right. Do you want to keep it paused?
Is the use of military force against civilians for a political purpose. And a Hamas attack on Israeli civilians is a form of terrorism. And an Israeli attack on Palestinian civilians in Gaza for political purposes is a form, in my book, is a form of state terrorism. Now, Israel claims that it has the right to self-defense, and all its Western allies, like Biden, like Rishi Sunak, like Sir Keir Starmer,
two guys on the cut.
Current fashion that Israel has the right to defend itself. But it doesn't under international law, because although Israel withdrew unilaterally from Gaza in 2005, it is still the occupying power because it controls access by land, sea, and air to Gaza. So Israel is the occupying power, and you have the right to self-defense if the attack comes from another state, or if the attack comes, but you don't have the right to self-defense if the attack comes from an area under occupation. To put it more simply, Israel doesn't have the right to self-defense against the people that it occupies. And therefore, I call the Israeli attacks on Gaza, this is, by my count, this is the sixth Israeli military offensive in Gaza, and all of them are acts of state terrorism in as much as they are directed not against Hamas, but against the people of Gaza as a whole.
This is very much what we were just saying.
I'd like to refer to the first Israeli attack on Gaza, Operation Cast Lead, in late December 2008 and early January 2009. That was Operation Cast Lead. There is the Goldstone report about that operation, and it's a very impressive report, very detailed account of 33 Israeli episodes and many Israeli war crimes. And the conclusion is that the Israeli attack on Gaza was, in a broader sense, an attack on the people of Gaza, and its aim was to punish, humiliate, and terrorize the people of Gaza. And this current offensive in Gaza is also intended to terrorize, to punish, and to terrorize the people of Gaza. And the strongest argument is the one that you mentioned, the Dahia Doctrine. This is a doctrine that was developed by the IDF during the Second War in Lebanon. And what it says is that Israel is entitled to inflict very, very severe damage and suffering on civilians for the purpose of denying the resources, denying their support to in Lebanon it was Hezbollah, in Gaza it's Hamas. So under the Dahia doctrine, Israel is entitled to cause massive carnage and damage to civilian infrastructure and buildings in order to turn the population against Hamas. But this war has been counterproductive and self-defeating because the Israeli atrocities and inhuman behavior towards the civilians in Gaza has turned the people of Gaza not against Hamas, but
Roast the
against.
crows off our heads this dude.
So, Salty Kami asked, when has that strategy ever worked? Right? What do you mean by work?
I believe what they're saying is that using this type of like intentional targeting, terrorization, and damaging of civilians and civilian infrastructure, when has that ever reduced a radical insurgent's threat? And my answer to that would be like, unless you can kill all of them, unless you like commit a genocide effectively, you can't.
Or
that's why the Taliban, that's why we waged a 20-year war against the Taliban in Afghanistan, and now we recognize them as the official government of Afghanistan. Go ahead, Johnny. I'm
or
sorry.
alternatively, right? The idea was always to get as many people, right, to join the ranks of Hamas. Salty Kami says the so-called stated goal of Israel is destroying the civilian population to get them to turn against Hamas, just like the United States attempts to strangle Cuba to get them to turn against the revolution. It never works if that's what you're trying to do, but of course we know they're actually just trying to perpetuate perpetual conflict. And that's what I think the what is it, reason d'etre or whatever of like the entire of the entire Iraq and Afghan occupation, where it was never actually about like turning people against like, you know, anything. It was against like disruption. It was disruption to prevent any kind of building of anything cohesive. Which is why, like, you know, Israel is like join the ranks. What? Domino, I don't know what the hell you're talking about anymore. And I don't care.
But Duttmeister says it works all the time. You just don't know it or think about it a lot, and that might be true. I'm interested in hearing examples because, like, I know I brought up the example of the Taliban, which I think illustrates it, and I think Hamas illustrates it. But then again, I'm not aware of all the conflicts where a similar strategy might have been utilized, and I could see, I can conceive that it could happen. I just can't think of any examples. If you have any, I guess you could maybe say Libya. But Libya wasn't really like a radical insurgent situation. Libya was like a state, exactly. Like
then I was also going to say Saddam, and I was thinking the same thing about.
Yeah,
Saddam.
it's like it's a state. Like when we're talking about Hamas and the Taliban, these were like the insurgent, like kind of paramilitary group that was like
National Liberation Front in Vietnam, or like
but that was kind of a state too, right?
Yes, that's true. It's more of like.
Has it been working on ISIS? Has it been working with ISIS? Or did it just
ISIS?
They kind of made it
Hamas.
Did ISIS?
Yeah, ISIS just condemned Hamas. I found out on stream earlier. It was fucking hilarious.
Oh god, that's
so
funny.
I was like, don't I feel good right now?
I guess it kind of worked in Ireland, right? They fought a civil war over the Brits offering them everything but Northern Ireland. But didn't the IRA kind of come out on top of all that? Guerrilla warfare isn't
a strong way of phrasing that.
Guerrilla warfare isn't a magic tactic that always works. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that. But we're so much saying like in a response to guerrilla tactics, if you use like, okay, here's an example: Guatemala. You had in the 80s a very heavy guerrilla force, which you could call like a radical insurgent movement, including the guerrilla army of the poor, the CUC. There was like 4 major guerrilla armies, and they had widespread support, and it was through a brutal campaign of terror and just outright brutalization of the fucking towns and the people that supported them. And, you know, the guerrillas did not win out on that. They didn't necessarily lose. Like, while the battle was raging, they had a lot of support among the civilian population. However, they came to like a civil war truce, a truce type thing in the 90s, and the guerrilla movement kind of petered out, and the fascistic style military that's being funded by the United States kind of won out. Baldwin's Ghost says also Sri Lanka, which I don't even know enough about Sri Lanka, but I believe it. If you say it, I believe it.
Yeah, the only.
But do they have significant power? Do you mean the guerrillas in Guatemala? No. I don't even think they really exist anymore. I mean, the CUC exists as like a labor union, as like a farmer campesino labor union now. But
still, what Salt was saying is is that simply doubling down with like just indiscriminate bombing is never going to eradicate.
Well, if we're talking about bombing specifically, but the Guatemalan government was brutalizing people in a way that was almost so grotesque and personal, like mutilating people and crucifying them and hanging their decapitated bodies so the rest of the villagers could see, like shit like that.
And that's part of the reason why, like, every single day we hear another example of Israel doing like some of the most horrendously fucked shit that you ever heard, and it's like that's part of the mechanism of like what they see as like deterrence, you know?
Right. Salty Kami clarified actually and said, yeah, I'm not talking about guerrilla movements. I'm talking about delegitimizing a government through collective punishment ever working. Here's some examples that I know of this that I've been thinking about a lot since the situation happened in Gaza. So let's go all the way back. The earliest I know of this would be in Greece, right? And I'm sure it happened before that. But the first one that comes to mind for me is Greece immediately after World War II. Really the first staging ground of the Cold War was Greece and Turkey. In the Truman Doctrine, this is the two countries that he specifically talked about.
My granddad but my granddad was in Turkey.
Oh, really?
He was a paratrooper, yeah.
Greece had a much like Italy and much like other places after World War II, had an very popular communist party that was actually like a shoo-in to run the government because they were the most important resistance group to the Nazi occupation. So it's just logical that they won the hearts and the minds of many of the peasants and the civilians of Greece, because as they were being occupied by the Nazis, the communists were the most effective force fighting against them. And then also you obviously had the Soviet Union that just defeated Hitler. So like, communism's at like an all-time high in Greece and in other places. Britain, however, what had happened was that there was a monarchy that was in power that fled to Egypt when the Nazis occupied. Then once they didn't do shit while they were occupied, the communists did all the fighting. But then when the Nazis left, the monarchy thought that they were just going to waltz back in and be like, "Hey guys, did you keep the place warm for us?" You know what I mean? Like, did you keep that throne?
Prince Philip part of the royal family of Greece?
Well, Churchill wanted the monarchy back. The Churchill was like, "We want to reestablish the monarchy now that the Nazis are out." And the communists, who just actually fought like a guerrilla war against the Nazis, were like, "Nah, I don't think we're going to do that. I think we're going to do something different here." So then Britain starts killing people, unarmed protesters and shit like that, who had just greeted the British as liberators against the Nazis, were now being gunned down, unarmed, in Athens. I'm saying a lot right now, but then the Americans got involved, and this is where they kind of started this idea of like, oh, the guerrillas, these communist guerrilla forces, they're being fed and housed and sheltered by peasantry. It's like the villages, like, that like thing that like the village is the water that the gorilla swims in or something like that. Like Mao, I think Mao said it or something like that.
People are the people are to agree what is fishes to water.
So then they were like, okay, so we have to specifically target the villages, because without the villages, the guerrilla can't survive. And this is exactly what was utilized in Korea. This is exactly what was utilized in the Vietnam War, like especially brutally in the Vietnam War. The My Lai massacre is a huge thing. They walked in there and they said, "Oh, there's no guerrillas here. There's no forces here. There's only women here and old men and children. All the men of fighting age, they're in the jungle, but you're feeding them. You're feeding them." So that's why they would kill farm animals. That's why they would burn crops. And that's why they would slaughter people, because they would say, if we decimate this village, nothing can sustain the guerrilla movement. So then you can take from that and also say that was also what was implied in Colombia against FARC. That was what was applied in Guatemala against the Mayans and the Guerrilla Army of the Poor and the CUC and places like that. And that, I assume, was probably what was being used in Nicaragua also. I don't know Nicaragua. Yeah, Red Wizard said all of Latin America, which is probably true.
Almost the entirety of Africa.
So really, what's playing out in Gaza in this term of collective punishment, where it's like you effectively house or feed or live amongst, this kind of like insurgent force, it's everyone's fault. And we're going to get to them by attacking everything, by damaging everything. So it's kind of like a through line that I can see from Greece. It may have even existed before that. But
No, actually, it's wild that you mentioned Greece because, like, that's where they started dropping napalm on people. That's literally where they started dropping napalm specifically on people. And I remember covering that because freaking Dimitri sent us a
people don't know about Greece. Like, I'll tell you guys a story.
horror show.
When I was in one of my second or third history class, we had a discussion board that we had to do, and it was about the Truman Doctrine. Napalm sticks to kids, yeah. No, it sticks to stuff, yeah. We had to do a discussion board about the Truman Doctrine. We had to read the Truman Doctrine, and the question for the entire class was, do you think the Truman Doctrine was a good thing? I was the sole dissenter in the entire classroom. The rest of the class in its entirety, without fail, uniformly said the Truman Doctrine was a good thing. At the time, I didn't even know. I read it and I was like, damn. Like, I was already like a commie. I had already read Perenni and stuff like this at this point. Like, I wasn't as deep as I am now, obviously, but I read through it. And at first I was like, damn, okay, well, maybe, man, if the Soviet Union is trying to like take over Greece and Turkey, then like, I guess that this maybe makes sense as like a counterforce or something. I read a Wikipedia page for 15 minutes and I was like, none of this is true. None of this is true. This is actually horrifically the opposite.
Oh my God.
Where Britain and America are trying to keep Nazi collaborators and monarchists into power and killing innocent people.
Everyone lied to me about everything all the time.
And I was like, this is the basis for the entire Cold War. Like, how did the rest of this class not look an inch deeper into this and just be like, yeah, this is totally justified?
Because America good, dog.
Honestly, I feel like it might be a little bit of racism where they're just like, America would never do such a thing to another European country full of white people. It's like, no, they would. They do it all the time.
But America won World War II, right? No, I mean, like, we did. We absolutely 100% did.
They were the big winners.
Everything
if you look at it in who gained the most, yeah.
That's what we think of when we think of winning, right?
Yeah. Who made the most money? Who exerted the most control?
Yeah, because everybody, like, the average American person is under the impression that if we're not in charge, our standard of living is going to drastically alter.
Bro, there is regular commentary from the United States State Department that talks about vital interest, strategic interest in places that are on the other side of the world. And that's just like a given fact that everybody just takes. It's like, damn, we do have strategic interest in the Pacific. That's true. That's true. Like, would China ever be able to get away with that? Would China ever be like,
no, it can't get away with giving free airports to other countries.
I mean, yeah, like America, even in that Truman Doctrine, they're like, aside from all that, there's some shit brewing in the Middle East. And that was the thing. It said, okay, if Greece and Turkey, there's this thing called the domino theory, right? The domino theory of communism, that communism was like a contagion that would spread from Russia to other places. And the logic was, it was this thing called the theory of containment or whatever, or the process of containment, where we need to we need to create a buffer zone around Russia and China and the Eastern European states to protect the rest of the world from communism. Because what they said was, if Greece goes and Turkey goes, who knows what could happen to the Middle East? And then they go, and you know how strategically important the Middle East for us. It's like, how does that justify what you're doing at all? Like, how are you allowed to? That is literally like an imperialistic fucking claim. And I'm not even being like a hyperbolic leftist when I say that. It is on its face an imperialistic claim that, like, and this is what they say about Africa. This is what they say about Asia. Everywhere in the world, the United States will be like, well, it's our geopolitical interest. It's a vital strategic interest for us to be doing that.
If we don't do it, we'll go broke. But
who knows what could happen if we didn't do this?
So, Keto that said that Turkey has no agency since its foundation. I don't know. I feel like in recent years, at least under Erdogan, like, they have some agency. Granted, they're not a big dog, but like, they play both sides often enough that, like, I feel like they've got a little bit in you know.
Israel. And public opinion shows that if there was a Palestinian election today, Fatah will receive 16% and Hamas would receive 60%. So Israel has failed in its aim of using military force against civilians in order to turn them against Hamas.
I mean, in terms of Hamas, and I think some people find this challenging. They would have found it challenging before the 7th of October attacks, and they certainly would find it more challenging now. Controversial to discuss this, but it's about the relationship between, or the approach towards Hamas, I suppose. When Hamas won the elections in 2006, which they won partly because, well, in large part because of huge disillusionment with Fatah, which had previously dominated, who were widely perceived as corrupt and essentially had become appendages of the Israeli occupation. That's how many Palestinians in the West Bank came to see Fatah. So Hamas kind of came to power partly, because people were fed up with Fatah, basically. But that caused then a siege of Gaza, which is the longest such siege in modern times. But actually, your view is actually there could have been a different approach. And the reason, people go back to the chart of Hamas and say, well, look, Hamas just want to wipe out Israel and so on. But actually, they're more complicated and fluid than that, aren't they? In the way that they've been portrayed. And actually, we're going to build a coalition here. Tony Blair, of all people, not someone I normally quote on the Middle East, certainly. But he actually, back in 2017, he said it was wrong for the West to have boycotted Hamas in the aftermath of their win, and there should have been a different approach. There's actually, if even Tony Blair can say it, then why?
This is part of it that doesn't get discussed a lot, right? So we've talked about this, right? That Israel did certain things to support Hamas, to make sure Hamas grew, to make sure Hamas was funded, because they wanted to have something that was counterbalanced to the secular nationalist PLO. The reason they wanted that was A, to weaken the PLO, and B, because the more radical, the more extremist that they could portray the Gaza Strip as, the more they could justify eternally occupying it, and all of their war crimes could have this plausible deniability of that we have a radical Islamist terroristic group living next door to us. Now we fast forward to 2006. Israel, or the United States, through Israel, whatever, it became like a demand upon the Gaza Strip. You must have elections.
Yeah.
It's time. You must have elections. They've been supporting Hamas. They've been kneecapping the Palestinian Authority and the PLO. The PLO didn't even really exist at that time anymore. But in that form, more of like the PLO kind of transferred into, like during the time of Arafat, kind of transferred into this like Palestinian Authority, Fatah type of thing. You have to have an election. Hamas wins. Not by a majority, but by a plurality, 44%. Not even all of the Gaza Strip wanted them to be.
No.
Immediately after that, what they're saying right now, the United States actually began funding Fatah in a way to make so you won an election, Hamas just won. Now we're funding the opposition party, creating dissent within this state of Palestine that we're just starting to kind of recognize a little bit. They were propping up Fatah to coup Hamas. And then Hamas repressed Fatah, and then they pointed and said, look at these people. Look what they're doing. Look how unstable they are. Look, they don't believe in democracy. So it's like they pushed this in every direction to create a powder keg of hostilities domestically within Palestine. We're not even talking about the IDF and all this other stuff. So it's like, it's a self-fulfilling, it's a gaslighting. They gaslighted us. But this is important. And then they say, and then they never had another election. They don't like democracy. And it's like, maybe because you fucking absolutely botched everything democratic about that situation.
And the thing is, one of the major reasons why they got as many votes as they did was that, like, a huge part of their platform was going after Fatah for corruption, and basically Fatah being at that point the collaborationists that they were and are, that like they're the ones snatching Palestinians off the street for the Israelis, and and it's one of those situations where it's less like voting for something and more voting against something else. And
Exactly,
then when that like U.S. support for Fatah comes in, it's like, what are you gonna do besides something that looks like
any country would react in a repressive way against a coup growing in there. You can't look at it would happen in the United States. It would happen in Israel. It would happen anywhere in the world. If you had just won a democratic election and there was a party that lost, it's like January 6th. It's like if January 6th was happening in a more extreme way. However, another part that I want to say to what you just said, Dave, fuck, I can't remember. How did you start that off? Oh, why they supported Fatah? Why they supported Hamas over Fatah? I think there's another rift to that as well, right? So I think that a population that is dealing with a corrupt and inadequate governmental institution such as Fatah, any political party or political leader that has not yet been stained by reality is always more palatable. Like the grass is greener on the other side, right? So it's like you see Fatah,
change you can believe in, Patrick,
just fucking everything up, right? Hamas, on the other hand, they have no idea how they're going to run it. There's only optimism there. Hamas existed as a charity organization. Hamas was actually feeding people. Hamas was actually going around, and I'm not trying to paint them out to be a purely egalitarian organization or anything like that, but I'm saying if you live in occupied Palestine and you're looking at that, the corrupt Fatah selling you out to Israel on the one hand and enriching themselves quite generously while they do it, and then you have Hamas on the other side just saying, we just give you free food. We're here, we're ready to fight. And it's like, all right, well, I'm going to give that a shot.
Yeah.
And, support has waned for them over time. And now it's surged significantly.
Yeah. To a point where the West Bank, where Hamas has never enjoyed any support from, I believe its founding, now has support in the West Bank.
Because the West Bank looks and says, we want someone that will fight.
It's like literally, hey, hundreds of us have been killed anyways since the last couple months.
Right.
Yeah,
and at least these guys are willing to fight against the Israeli state, because we've seen what half a century of, trying to work with the Israelis has gotten us.
Yeah, appeasement.
Appeasement has gotten us GPS fucking ankle monitors, in order to go to work, arbitrary, gates and closures of what roads we're allowed to take, what jobs we're allowed to have, what schools our children are allowed to go to, right? The detention of our children at any given moment, right? I see it, I can wrap my head around that. The people like the paragliders too. I think the paragliders did a lot of heavy lifting.
Well, also they kind of demonized the paragliders as if it's somehow worse than an average military operation. They right after October 7th happened, you're they were flying in on paragliders. It was such a hot thing to say.
An industrial fan with a fucking launcher strapped to it on a.
But at the same time, is that worse? Is that worse than a whatever kind of plane carries a JDAM or whatever?
Yeah.
I feel like I trust the fucking paraglider more than I would an Osprey.
You guys have actual airborne and stuff.
Doesn't matter what it was. It was provocative and it worked.
People going.
It got people going.
But I'm just wondering, what are your thoughts on that? Because I think people will find this challenging, but I think it's a very interesting thing to talk about.
Owen, I'm so glad that you brought up the Palestinian elections of January 2006, because most people have never heard of it, and it's never mentioned in the current discourse about Gaza. So the simple fact is that in January 2006, there was an all Palestine elections, and Hamas won an absolute majority, not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank as well, an absolute majority in what was generally recognized as a fair and free election.
Dude, I bet you Jimmy Carter was like, yeah, that was a free and fair election. Every election that the United States is skeptical of, somehow Jimmy Carter comes out of left field and is like, nah, that shit was legit, actually.
What the fuck is it? It's the Jimmy Carter election something, whatever.
I don't know why it's so funny to me. Like, I'll just be reading about Venezuela, and they're like, actually, Jimmy Carter said it was the freest election in the history of mankind.
The Carter Center of U.S. of Elections or something. Yeah, public confidence in the electoral process, blah, 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 blah. Or is it the democracy program? I don't know. Whichever. But the point is that, like, yeah, you're right, Pat. It's even, they did it in Venezuela, right? When Maduro won, right? And that guy that, like, nobody had ever heard of apparently didn't win. Go figure. You know? Do you know that, like, they literally interviewed people within his own district, like, if they knew who he was, right? And they had no idea. Like, the vast majority of people from his own district were like, I have no idea who that man is.
Or they attacked him in a fucking McDonald's or some shit. Remember that video?
Dude, that was after the fact. That was a little bit later down the line with the plastic chairs being thrown.
Throwing video? Oh, come on.
Ah, what a classic.
We should just watch that really quick, like, just as a little treat for chat. Definitely not for me, for chat.
Also, I just want to. Maverick said boss move to use white ass shit like paragliders. Should have sent some windsurfers from the west. Also, Maverick, were you in here when we were watching the Taliban on the roller skates?
That shit was wild.
That shit was so sick.
What?
You didn't see this?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Dude, you don't even watch our stream.
I saw them like rocking the fucking Oakleys, like walking around with like
Bro.
M4s and shit.
Dude,
But
dude,
Maverick,
we're talking
oh, yeah,
more than
well-
just drip, all right?
I didn't see roller skates.
Yeah, dude.
Pull it up, dude.
I'm
Pull it up and
pull-
then
I'm
watch
pulling
the
it up right-
video.
I'm pulling it up right now. Cannot believe this, David. There is also no sound to this video, so. Look at
Oh
that.
my Jesus Christ!
Look. He's got the strap on.
They're
him.
like
Look,
the fucking Mighty Ducks.
dude, that's what they said they're doing the flying V.
They're like training to rollerblade around with fucking AKs and shit. That.
Look at that.
Look at
Oh, you're fucked, bro. Like
You're fucked. Dude, imagine getting just taken down.
rolled up on by a guy with the fucking inline skates. Oh. Where'd you get those skates, man? They fell off the back of a fascist truck. Don't
Dude,
worry
he was just riding backwards and just transitioned.
Beautiful transition.
Does anybody else?
Like, it doesn't look like they're going
videos?
that fast, but if he went down like this,
Oh,
at
you
this
would die.
speed, you would be
Kidding me?
fucked.
He's got to be going at least like
30?
30, 40
Yeah,
miles an
30.
hour.
I was going like 30, but they look like they're keeping up with traffic for sure. They're going fast.
Yeah, they're going like emergency room visit fast. Like, you fuck up, like, that's it, dude. Like,
How do your wheels not wear down after like?
it's all about the
They're
bearings.
like, well, I have no idea. This shit was all in a warehouse after the United States left.
Just you know, like a quick like flashback to like the U.S. Army getting like boxes of rollerblades, and it's like, what the fuck are we ever gonna use these for?
It's
I don't
really
know.
just ways that you can manipulate like the contracts for like the military industrial contract. They're like, yeah, we're writing up a new contract at the State Department. We need taxpayer money for
rollerblades,
tactical rollerblades.
rollerblades. All right.
Yeah, exactly. It was part of our aid. You know what I mean? It's part of the aid package.
Yeah, we have enough veterans in chat. Do you remember rollerblading through the streets of Kabul? At any point, did you see a single person blading it up? Also, like, should I hit play on the video? I have to use the bathroom again. I'm sorry.
You just go. You just go.
All right, do you want me to hit play on the video?
No, just go and
All
come
right.
back after you.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's a good time. It's a good time. We're gonna bring up that Juan Guaido video too, because that's a treat for everybody. It's a little treat that everybody can enjoy. Oh man, the rollerblades and the guy at the front of the formation, he had the different colored beret on. Like he was like the standout. Like he was like the He was like this the what's the peacock. He was the peacock of the bunch. Yeah, point. Team captain, yeah. He knew he was stunting in a different way. Y'all ready for DC tomorrow? Y'all ready? Ooh, I need to charge my camera. Let me do that now. Watch out. Can you slide back just a touch, just a scooch? Oh yeah, Pat. Overseas we call them terror blades. JK, I didn't go anywhere overseas. Yeah, like if they found, if the IDF found a couple fucking pairs of rollerblades in Al Shifa Hospital, they would have been like, and these is here the Hamas terror blades. In European hockey, they will sometimes give the point scorer on the team a golden helmet. Oh, nice. Damn, Red Wizard, it would have been sick to meet you. I got to charge this camera before I forget, because if I wake up tomorrow and I forgot to charge the camera, I'm going to try to make a, what do the kids call it, a vlog?
What? Dude.
Is that a problem?
No, I honestly, was that genuine?
I don't know, because you went, what the
The
fuck?
kids call it a vlog. You sound like the.
I knew what it was called.
You sound
I
like the
knew
lady that was going on-
I knew precisely what it was called, okay? I was doing a fucking bit.
How was your podcast today? I'm like, it was
Who
great.
said that, your mom or something? What?
That lady was old enough to be her.
Okay. Sorry, man. I'm trying to find my fucking... I just have a fucking... what's the word that I'm looking for? A plethora of wires that all masquerading as the exact one that I need simultaneously.
All right, actually.
What? Here, wait. I'm gonna let you guys see a little something that you don't normally see. Boom.
Ah.
Look at that.
Ah.
I bet you didn't even know.
Why did you do that to me personally?
I bet you ain't even know I could do that. You didn't even know I had that in me. This is literally broken. You know what that is? It's a RAM stick, baby.
No.
I know a lot about computers now because I fixed one RAM stick.
Yeah, I got a RAM stick, Pat.
Can you fix me?
Can you fix me, fucker?
Can you snap me in? Can you replace me?
You need to hear the crunch.
Yeah, did you hear about that? That's exactly what. Did you hear about Grom like telling me how to put it in? I was being too gingerly with it. Like I was being like, it's not in. And he was like, dude, you have to push it. And I was like, because I had him on like video while he was helping me do it. And like I was so like timid because it's like it's a computer. You know what I mean? Like it's weird to like really give something that you got to snap it in. Like when when it's actually in.
I'm just picturing this, but it's Grom walking you through fucking.
More rhythmic. You have to be more rhythmic. You need a rhythm, more passion. He had to tell you how to put it in. I feel bad for Vika.
Yeah. Great minds. Great minds.
You hear that, Vika? You're being talked about. Where the fuck is my camera charger? Here, say something. Say something. It's a fucking D. What are they even called? Like a DC? Like the old
That's
school
like the
joint.
one thing I don't have.
Nobody has.
All right, chat. And then once again, there was one. So. Oh. Is it fun? Is it fun when you're looking for something and you can't find it? Huh?
Are they joking around about me?
No, I am.
About my
No, they're not saying it. They're not saying anything about it. I'm just talking shit. Your butt is where Pat's butt just. Yeah, I was like, where's my little piece of my drugs? What the fuck?
Actually, that's what happened. It's in the fucking bag. Cause I took it when I was gonna film some skin.
It's in the bag. Chat.
Now I gotta figure out where the fuck I put that bag. Talk to him, dude. Talk to the people.
I am. I'm waiting for the people to talk to me.
Bro, you're the streamer. You gotta
I am the
initiate-
streamer.
You gotta initiate the audience.
Warm seats. Red Wizard likes warm. Johnny's back.
Yeah,
It's
good.
fine.
So I'm pretty upset about something I found out about while taking care of something else. I was on Instagram, right? And I found out not only tonight was Sami Hamdi speaking at something literally like less than 15, 20 minutes away from me. I'm so pissed. I'm really upset.
Wait, did they Johnny preface that with a not only? Was there another thing that you were gonna add?
There is also another thing that will be happening tomorrow. What?
Oh. So, tomorrow.
Another thing happening in New Jersey. He's speaking in New Jersey twice, and I'm missing both of them. Yeah. So the other thing that, he put in his Instagram story is, according to an
Going up to Boston.
U.S. federal employees across nearly 24 agencies plan to walk off the job Tuesday to protest the Biden administration's handling of the Gaza war, according to organizers of the dissent effort who spoke to Al Monitor. The group, calling itself Feds United for Peace, which consists of dozens of government employees who will be observing a day of mourning, quote unquote, to mark 100 days of Israel's military campaign in Gaza. The organizers, who are choosing to remain anonymous, say they expect easily hundreds of others to join in their walkout after securing commitments from individuals at 22 federal agencies. According to the list obtained by Al Monitor, those include the Executive Office of the President, the National Security Agency, the Department of State, Defense, Homeland Security, and Veterans Affairs, as well as U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services and the Naval Research Laboratory. Others expected to join in the protest work for agencies including the Food and Drug Administration, the National Park Service, and the list just keeps going on. But yeah, I'm so pissed. I even sent him a message and was like, I hate myself right now. I wish I knew, because I thought he was back in England. God damn it.
When is the thing, Johnny?
It's tonight. We're already like, there's no way you're making it. Tomorrow? Dude, there's no way you're making it. It's in like not Princeton. It's in Patterson, New Jersey, dude.
Yeah.
No, I didn't email him. I just sent him a message on Instagram. It was like, hey, dude, you like inspired me to start taking steps to like join the Ummah. Like, thank you so much for all that you do and your inspiring message. I would have made it more of a point not to miss you speaking.
Are you calling me Sicilian, Red Wizard?
Pirate Tally. But yeah, so I just wanted to let you know about that because, we both fucked up, David. You actually could have seen him tonight.
I know.
Yeah.
We could have and we should have. We freaking...
We
had the opportunity.
Yeah.
I would have just freaking driven Pat.
Yeah, but, it is what it is, I guess.
Well, I mean, Baldwin, you're extra pirate Italian.
Where did Pat go?
He's in the search for his camera charger. I think it might be in a bag somewhere. But it's not drugs, so...
Oh, then it's
so
fine.
we don't care.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah, I know. Speaking of...
It's like, I wish I could explain to you, like, I wish there was a way I could, like, make you understand what it is that I feel when somebody is, like, having a thing, to do with drugs, right? And they look to me for, like, empathy, and it's just like, that sucks. Sorry for your loss.
Same thing would have been happening to me if it was my keys, like anything I just had in my hand and put down somewhere, and now I can't fucking find it. I'm equally as upset.
Yeah. Bree, if he actually responds to me, like, not only will like my heart also be shitted out, but like also like I will probably stare at the message for like 20 minutes, being like,
Also, Johnny, goddammit, you forced my hand. Like, now I have to send him something too.
I didn't ask him to come on or anything. I just said, like, you know, hey, I'm sorry I missed, like, you know, seeing you speak. I would have made, like, such a big, like, you know, effort to make sure that I didn't miss it.
No, I'm just...
Especially because, I don't know if you know this, but, like, an imam in Newark, New Jersey was recently, like, murdered.
Yeah.
So, it's a very big
Heard
deal
that?
that, like, the Muslim community in New Jersey is still kind of reeling from. Yeah, he was shot in his car like 6 times at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. And then people are just like, Amy Goodman's like, we don't know if the police say they don't know if it's a hate crime. I'm like, yeah, I have no fucking idea. Yeah, there's no shot, no way to tell.
And besides, Ray, I don't think that me or Pat are at, like, I don't know, me and Pat still need to talk shop, you know, before we have, like, you know, someone like Sami Hamdi on, right? Because I want to make sure that we come correct, you know, just because, like, the huge amount of respect I have for the man, and I want to make sure that, like, you know, we have good questions and, like, are prepared for, like, a good conversation with him.
A week to fucking prepare. I'll have good questions.
I know. What about that nurse? Pat, I think we would be ready for that. It's just like, you know, ask your friend whenever, like, they're ready, and we'll try and schedule something.
I'm ready for anything.
Oh, did you find it?
So you heard it here first, folks. Pat is ready for anything.
Pat found his thing, chat. Round of applause.
Charge. All right, I'm so happy I found that. That's fine. That's fine if it would have to be off camera. Did we watch the Juan Guaido video yet?
The what video yet?
Juan Guaido getting attacked with chairs?
I don't think so. Did you send it to me?
No, I don't know. I was just pulling it up on YouTube. I don't know. Or unless you don't want to, it's fine.
No, that's good.
If you just type in Juan Guaido attacked, I mean, I don't... Maybe there is more than one of those. I don't know.
Just look up Venezuelan chair force.
I think, is this the one?
So now Juan Guaido was the pretend puppet that
Ew.
we tried to pretend was
This is not what I'm looking for.
Other coverage?
Yeah.
Is there any other person that you could possibly bring up? There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't think that's it.
That's it.
This isn't even it. When he got attacked, it was at a restaurant. It's just him himself in a restaurant. This isn't it.
This is wonderful.
Still pretty lit, but... Oh, dude, you also never played my Homer is not a communist video that I requested.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Where was I?
I don't remember. I don't have memory like that.
Chat, can we confirm? Did we see the...
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Because it even says that I got to the end.
All right. Fair.
I must have been out of the car.
Where the fuck is this video? Did they like scrub the internet of him being attacked?
What is this? You watched it already?
I have watched.
Is this it?
I watch a lot of things.
I mean, that could be it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is it. You just calm down.
Here comes the chair.
The funny thing about those plastic chairs is you can probably do more damage to somebody with your fist than a plastic chair like that. Like,
that
like
plastic
you know that
chair is gonna disintegrate upon hitting you. By the way.
Like and like you know that like video of like the server from Waffle House just like force fielding a chair away like a chair like that, you're actually like weakening yourself. You'd be better off just using your hands. I mean, unless you're worried about breaking your hands, I guess, then go off, King. It's about the outrage.
You know,
have you ever seen the Boondocks thing where they talk about like when somebody throws a chair and it sets it all off? We can go back to the Boondocks throwing a chair, sure. Every time someone throws... Can you turn it up a little bit?
Wasn't even worth it, man. I had my fingers crossed. You owe me money, man. Give me my money back.
Grandpa fought Big King in the parking lot, or he was about to. Oh my god, a chair!
I'm mad,
The chair. Oh, I love the Christmas episode.
Hey, Merry Christmas.
The war on Christmas.
I'm going to Ed's house, and I said no!
Get off me! Man, why'd you even come back? Ain't nobody miss you! Let me go!
This episode, they actually quote Khalil Gibral.
Amilcar?
What?
Wait.
The poet Khalil Gibral. They quote him in a speech in this episode. It's one of my favorite episodes.
Strangers wouldn't even know what a gun was. The white man is a peace-loving man.
You know what I want to
Khalil
do?
Gibran,
I want to beat the living
Lebanese American poet.
out of you. Oh, easy now, big boy. I will not be easy on you. I hate you. You make me want to.
Steve, of course. Vika, can we get a translation in chat, please? Huey is too cool. He should be illegal.
I don't know what you did to your mic, but it sounds like you're talking to me through not your mic.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you, but something sounds... All right, now when you laughed, it sounded right.
Yo.
Now it sounds right. I don't know what was happening just now when you were talking into that thing.
All right, I'm sorry. It's fine. We can go back to the real video now if you want.
On to form a government, and it was a moderate government. Despite the charter, once Hamas was in power, it had adopted the parliamentary road to power, and it won power legitimately. Once it was in power, it moderated its program, and it called for negotiations with Israel on a long-term truce. Could be 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, and Israel refused to negotiate. And the United States and European Union and Britain and Prime Minister Tony Blair, to their eternal shame, backed Israel in refusing to recognize the democratically elected government, and they resorted to economic warfare to undermine the Hamas government. And worse was to come as the Palestine Papers, a cache of 1,600 documents that were leaked to Al Jazeera, reveal there was a plot against Hamas. And a secret committee was set up. It was called the Gaza Committee, and on it were represented Fatah, Israel, Britain, America, and Egyptian intelligence. And the aim was to isolate, weaken Hamas.
What was that?
Maverick said, "This stream is a weirdo magnet."
Oh yeah.
Birds of a feather.
Oh yeah. No, we
Yo, y'all be in here, by the way. Y'all be in the chat.
we know what we attract. All right, we know our brand.
Israel and America armed Fatah and encouraged Fatah to launch, to mount a coup d'etat in order to capture power and drive Hamas out of power. And Hamas preempted the coup against it by seizing power in Gaza. Now, the attitude of the Western powers is very revealing during this critical period. They say that they support democracy and they promote democracy. Here was an example of Arab democracy, a shining example of Arab democracy. It was an incredible achievement for the Palestinians to have democracy under the conditions of military occupation. But the Western powers in Israel said the people had spoken, but the people had voted for the wrong bunch of politicians, and therefore they don't recognize them. This reminds me of something that Bertolt Brecht said after the workers' uprising in East Germany in 1953. If the government doesn't like the people, the government should dissolve the people and elect another.
That's one of my favourite quotes, which I often refer to. Now, I mean, in terms of, I mean, it's interesting at the moment. I've been talking a lot at the moment about South Africa's case against Israel, accusing Israel of genocide, taking Israel to the International Court of Justice. It's one of the most chilling documents I've ever read in my entire life, a very thorough, lawyerly piece. One of the things it looks at acts, conduct, and it also looks at language. And it is striking. I mean, again, I keep mentioning Raz Sigal, the Israeli-American associate professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies, but he said it's very rare.
Oh, but if you're asking about Avi Shlaim currently resides in Britain, and he is a senior fellow professor at Exeter University in Britain.
Intent.
The short answer is no.
Was that?
The short answer is no. He doesn't still live in Israel.
Conduct, the genocidal intent to be so explicitly spoken on so many multiple occasions. And since that document came out, there have been so many other examples of genocidal incitement, which is illegal under the 1948 Genocide Convention. A state is duty bound to prosecute those who use public platforms to incite genocide. But I'm just interested what you think about that. Is that kind of, does this just basically kind of, this is the inevitable consequence of any form of settler colonialism?
Third thing of the Genocide Convention is that if you are in a position to stop genocide and you don't, then you can.
Well, yeah, I brought that up on stream the other day, right? Is that the Genocide Convention has several layers to it, right? Like, obviously, the first and foremost portion of it is do not commit genocide. You know what I mean? Like, that's like the top, that's like kind of like the top part of it, right? The second part is like, do not aid genocide. Do not support genocide. Do not be complicit in genocide. United States, we're looking in your direction. We're side-eyeing you. Or Dave's looking directly at you. The third thing, which is perhaps the most interesting because it's almost unprecedented in a lot of like conventional law. Have you ever seen, do you watch Seinfeld?
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of it.
Johnny Seinfeld? You don't know Seinfeld?
I never watched it. I don't know what to tell you sometimes, man. Like you know how like you're responding to me telling you that I've never watched Seinfeld or The Simpsons.
Uh-huh.
This is how I feel when you tell me, right? I'm not on Twitter. I know you are now. I'm not on TikTok. One day you'll see the light, or like how I'm just saying. Just like let's examine our perspectives here. But go on. What about Seinfeld?
All right, so Seinfeld, there's an episode at the end, towards the end of the series, where they watch someone get carjacked. Yes, you know about it. So they watch somebody they watch somebody get carjacked, and they do nothing. They just sit there, like one of them's eating like a candy bar. Kramer is like filming it, filming it happen and shit like that. And they're all just sitting there like, yeah, look at him, just getting fucking jacked, getting jacked right there. And they pretty much get arrested. They pretty much get arrested for this thing called like the Good Samaritan law, that they like just blithely just sat there and was just like, that's crazy. So this applies because in the Genocide Convention, nations that observe a genocide are actually compelled by international law to prevent the genocide.
Really?
So this is where it comes into an interesting intersection with what we're all have going on today, with specifically with the Houthis, as they're engaging in this campaign in the Red Sea. If Israel is found guilty of genocide in Gaza, that means that the Houthis are not only within their right to stop Israeli shipping vessels from going through from the Red Sea, but they are actually not only within their right, but they're actually upholding the standard of international law and the Genocide Convention by doing so. And it makes the United States and any other country that is opposing them from offering that resistance to genocide actually in stark contravention to the Genocide Convention.
So what you're saying is that the U.S. might actually be pulled into this by our not active participation and total awareness of.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and Ross, that's probably just another layer of how the U.S. is violating it, because the U.S. is obviously violating it by continuing to fucking give missiles, bypassing Congress over and over again to give more and more military aid to Israel. That's already one. But then the second, and I'm just saying, this is hypothetically, if they are found guilty of this genocide, that would uphold what the Houthis are doing as lawful and within accordance to international law. And what the United States is doing is a further breach of that. So they would be doubling down effectively.
You get a colonizer.
Rob Rousseau has gotten community noted to the wazoo for stating that same argument on Twitter. Dude, literally, I think like Crystal Ball has been saying the same thing. Like, it's not like a particularly like fucking controversial thing. It's just following a logic of international law. Really, like it's not. Yeah, it shouldn't be controversial to say that.
She has a new video out.
Who does?
Crystal Ball on Breaking Points about the media Israel bias.
Yeah, no, both Breaking Points and Kyle Kalinski's coverage of Israel Gaza has been actually stellar, in my opinion. I think whatever they think about a lot of other stuff and shit like that, whatever, their coverage, like in terms of like what is like pseudo mainstream media, they might be like leading the charge in the mainstream kind of more liberal style sense. Platforming Norm Finkelstein over and over again on a massive platform and really just being utterly unapologetic to Israel and their crimes. I mean, I think that they've both been doing very, very good.
And apparently they're married?
Mearsheimer drags a cigarette. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Yeah, it feels like forever since we last heard about Mearsheimer, right?
Maybe y'all.
I mean, like, because he got real big with like everything that was going on with Ukraine, and then like,
We just had a debate that I was actually very interested in listening to. Hold on, let me see.
Go on.
John Mearsheimer debate. I forget who it was against. Oh, versus Steven Pinker. This is from a month ago about the Enlightenment. Mearsheimer and Steven Pinker debate the Enlightenment, which I think is a really interesting conversation.
Why did your audio just go so fucking weird again just now?
Is it back?
Now it's back. I don't know what the fuck that was, but all right.
And then there's part 1, which is has society improved, which is interesting. Like it's interesting from John Mearsheimer's like ruggedly like realist perspective. It just seems interesting.
You want me to put it on?
Yeah, I mean, I'd watch it. I mean, I kind of want to finish this.
All right, we'll finish this.
I'm kind of invested on this one. Maybe we'll save that for another night. Maybe we'll do that on Sunday because I don't think we'll do a book report because of everything that we have going on. It's
true, and we only have like another hour, and then kind of sort of got it.
So maybe we'll save that for Sunday.
And taken off them, you get forms of violence which then are met with terrible repression, which then feeds more violence in a very asymmetric way, and you get this cycle where eventually the occupied settler state essentially just adopts a increasingly genocidal posture. I don't know, what are your thoughts about that? Has this emerged innately from Zionism, or is this, what could a different outcome have been achieved?
Settler colonialism has its own dynamic. It's not like any other form of colonialism where there is a metropole, people from that country go and occupy and live in another country, and they have a home to go back to. Settler colonialism is different, and Zionism was a settler colonial movement from the beginning. And the logic of settler colonialism, since there is another people on the land, is to eliminate that people. The rhetoric was very different. The rhetoric was developing Palestine for the benefit of both peoples, but the reality was that it was a Jewish exclusive settler colonial movement which after 1917 embarked on the systematic takeover of Palestine. So you either carry out the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, and this is what Israel has been doing systematically. And in 1948, there was the first Nakba. 750,000 Palestinians became refugees. And now we are on the verge of a second Nakba. And what is utterly horrific is the genocidal rhetoric that we hear in Israel. And it's increasing all the time. And it's not one or two people, and it's not marginal people. It's from the president down. The president of Israel said there are no innocent people in Gaza. Well, Israel has just massacred over 22,000 people. 2/3 of them are women and children. And there have been so many.
But I'm pretty sure Ninja Can is saying that society has improved and alongside the progression of income inequality. Like I think he's saying that both of those grew. I think he's saying
right.
Like from an overall perspective that income it has improved while becoming more and more unequal.
Kind of like how this is gonna sound dumb. I really kind of like how if you understand like how the universe is expanding, but the infinity is also getting bigger because the emptiness is also expanding like at a higher rate.
You hear that, everybody?
Yeah, something's getting bigger, expanding.
If you watched a little more Vsauce on stream, then maybe you too.
No,
not even.
Not
even. No candy.
One rabbi talked about dropping an atomic bomb on Gaza as an option. And there is a majority in Israeli public opinion for an expulsion of all the people in Gaza, all 2.3 million people. And this is not just loose talk. There is a plan that was of the Israeli Ministry of Intelligence, dated 13th of October, which favors the expulsion of the population of Gaza to northern Sinai against Egyptian opposition. Egypt is opposed to ethnic cleansing. Jordan is opposed to ethnic cleansing. But the direction of Israeli policy seems to be pointing towards ethnic cleansing, because the civilians in Gaza were pushed from the north to the south, and they are concentrated in an ever narrower area near the border with Gaza. And the Minister of Finance, Bezalel Smotrich, has said that openly that the population of Gaza should be reduced from 2.3 million to maybe 100 or 200,000. I don't think ever in history there's been so much evidence of rhetorical support for genocide, which shows a definite intention to commit genocide. And what is very worrying in all of this is the demonizing of the Palestinian people. Increasingly, and the distinction is not made between Hamas and the Palestinian people in general. More and more Israeli ministers are referring to the Palestinians as Nazis. And this is what happened in Nazi Germany. First came the demonization of the Jews, and then came the Holocaust. And I'm extremely worried that this dehumanization of the Palestinian people as a whole is paving the way to ethnic cleansing and, in more extreme terms,
Can you pause it real quick? Do you see that documentary that's down right there at the bottom that came out 8 days ago? Settlers. It says inside the Jewish settlements. It's got 270,000 something. Is this like a pro settler thing? Can you just read the description real quick?
An intimate look at the life inside the Jewish settlements in the West Bank.
What do the comments say?
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm getting the tinglies right now, not the good ones.
Yeah. Oh, I like him as teaching his kids to beat. All right, no, this I don't think this has a very good view of settlers.
Yeah, if not, we should check it out. It just came out 8 days ago, so it seems like it's like brand new. So maybe we should put that on the docket. There you go. What is it? Hell yeah.
It's on the docket now.
Stay tuned. Big thing is coming.
This might maybe need to be, depending on what the content is, may need to be one of those like spicy VODs that you got to pay $2 to watch.
To genocide.
Just before we go full circle, we talk about what happens next and prospects for, well, something which emerges from this horror, which can provide the only solution, which is a lasting peace, which offers security and happiness to Jews, Palestinians on the basis of a shared land. But before I just ask you, we talk about that. One of the bleakest things, if I look at the polling in Israel of the Israeli Jewish population, when most think not enough firepower has been used, a large majority support the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. One of the reasons I find that so bleak, it is very important to say millions of Jewish people don't live in Israel. I mean, if we look in the US, the Jewish population is more progressive than the average American, and a whole generation of younger Jews are actually at the forefront of the solidarity movement with Palestine at the moment. I think that's something which should worry and disturb Israel very much. Younger Jews turning away from Israel in the United States, and the US obviously is so instrumental to allowing Israel to continue to behave as it does. But the reason I just find it so bleak looking at that is the left, as we understand it, would not exist without Jewish people. And that's one of the reasons, actually, particularly in the 20th century, early 20th century, anti-Semites partly used the fact that Jews were always overrepresented in the left and in movements for emancipation, liberation, social justice, to hate Jewish people even more. I mean, the Nazis obviously spoke about an international Bolshevik conspiracy. The German left, obviously, again, Jews were overrepresented. And I'm just interested in terms of that form of humanism, Jewish humanism, and the left are so intertwined. And in a way, Israel's had to wage war against it, hasn't it? And one of the reasons people like yourself often get the wrath of apologists for Israel, as a Jewish person who speaks out against what Israel is doing, is you're a reminder of that tradition, which in a sense Israel has sought to marginalize. I'm just wondering what your thoughts about that are.
I'm not a practicing Jew, but as I said earlier, I'm proud of being Jewish. And as I understand it, the three principal pillars of Judaism are truth, justice, and peace. And I look at the present government in Israel, at Netanyahu himself, and he doesn't represent any of these values. He's a corrupt and mendacious politician who stands trial on serious charges of corruption. And one of the reasons that he's fighting this war, and a long war, as he says, in the way that he does, is because once the fighting stops, the countdown will start for the end of his premiership. And if he's indicted, he's likely to end up in prison. So this is the kind of person who leads Israel today.
What was that?
Could you imagine?
No.
I can't either.
And he personifies the ugliest, the most brutal, the most racist, the most xenophobic aspects of the worst kind of Zionism. But he's one person. Then his coalition partners, one coalition partner is Itamar Ben-Gvir, who is the Minister of Internal Security, and he is the leader of a party called Jewish Power. The name itself is a fascist, and he himself is an outright fascist whose hero was Rabbi Kahane, whose party had been outlawed. And another hero of Ben-Gvir was Baruch Goldstein, who had committed a massacre of 28 Palestinian worshippers in the mosque in Hebron. And there is Bezalel Smotrich, who is a declared homophobe and an extreme Jewish supremacist. And those two are calling for the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, not just from Gaza, but from the West Bank as well. So you have an Israeli government which is the most right-wing and racist government in Israel's history, the most pro-settler, and also the most Jewish supremacist government. So Zionism has evolved over the years, and it had a liberal phase, it had the socialist phase in the 1950s that I mentioned earlier. But today, it has moved to the extreme right, and it's a really reactionary, discriminatory, racist, expansionist form of Zionism. This is what Israel is today, and that is why more and more young people in particular have turned against Israel. And as you said, in America, it's not just younger Jews, but the whole community has shifted its attitude towards Israel. So what we have is a disconnect in the West between the governments, the European governments, British government, American government, the governments that remain almost blindly and uncritically pro-Israeli, and the public, which is increasingly pro-Palestinians and increasingly critical of Israel. So we have this disconnect, and one reason that I have for optimism, a very limited reason, is that public opinion has shifted very dramatically in the last 3 months because of the Israeli actions in Gaza. And in the long term, for Western foreign policy is bound to catch up with public opinion.
I mean, that I certainly think is something which is hopeful and something which Israel should be very worried about, because I mean, I think a whole generation, huge numbers of people, not just younger people, you're quite right, are being very politicized by what they're seeing. And I think the dam will eventually break there. But in terms of the future prospects, because as I've said, there's only one lasting piece here, and that's where this land is shared by Jews, by Palestinians of Muslim, predominantly, but also Christian and other religions, and those of no religion. But I mean, it seems so utopian, this idea of a single democratic state, which I'm fascinated in. I mean, automatically, that's what appeals to people like myself, a single democratic state where all have equal rights. Because we see, you know, Gaza may be left inhospitable, its population driven out, what survives of it. In the West Bank, we're seeing this huge level of just state terror, again, against the Palestinian population, the illegal settlements, in any case, which make it a viable Palestinian state impossible. And, you know, it's been put to me that, you know, even if you got an Israeli state which tried to dismantle those settlements, you basically get a civil war in Israel. That would be essentially what would happen. And also, there's just too much fury and anger now. So many Palestinians have seen what Israel have done and is doing. And on the other side, you get many Israeli Jews will say, well, you know, they'll know after what they've done that they risk terrible, terrible vengeance. And they've seen 7th of October, so it's not exactly an abstraction. So then how could there ever be the democratic, secular state where everyone has equal rights, which would encapsulate, you know, your background, your heritage shows what is possible. But could it ever be possible, and how do we get there?
There used to be a solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and it's the two-state solution. And there's been a massive international consensus behind a two-state solution. But it has become fashionable to say that the two-state solution is dead. Why is it dead? It's because Israel killed it with the settlements. If you want a two-state solution, that means a Palestinian state on the West Bank and Gaza with the capital city in East Jerusalem. That is 22% of historic Palestine. It's not asking very much. It's asking for an independent Palestinian state on a fifth of the homeland. And by signing up to the Oslo Accord in 1993, the PLO accepted the two-state solution, but it was not to be, because Israel continued to expand settlements on the West Bank, and Israel built the so-called security barrier on the West Bank. And Israel, by its own territorial expansion, has killed the two-state solution. I believe that the two-state solution was never born, because no Israeli government since 1967 have offered a formula for a two-state solution that is acceptable, that would be acceptable even to the most moderate Palestinian leader. And no American government has ever put any serious pressure on Israel to move towards a two-state solution. So today, there is no possibility of a two-state solution, and Israel rejects it utterly and totally. So what are the alternatives today? And the alternatives are more of the same, continuing Israeli occupation, which by necessity would become more and more brutal and would involve more and more ethnic cleansing. And Israel is already an apartheid state, and this would carry apartheid to a new and more brutal form. That's one alternative. The status quo plus the current Israeli agenda of destroying Hamas altogether and depopulating Gaza. That's one alternative. It's not acceptable to me. And the other alternative, the one that I support, is one state from the River Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea with equal rights for all its citizens, regardless of religion and ethnicity. And I would add that the reality today is one state with Israel dominating the whole area. And this is not a democracy, it's an ethnocracy. It's a political system in which one ethnic group dominates the other. And the Israeli government, as I've already said, is the most overtly Jewish supremacist government in history. Israel is the only member state of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. Why do I say this? I say it because the nation-state law, the Jewish nation-state law of July 2018 says that the Jews have a unique right to self-determination in the state of Israel. So that creates two categories of people, Jews who are superior and Arabs who are inferior. That's racist. But the present government has gone even further than that racist law, because the policy guidelines of the present government say Jews have an exclusive right to self-determination in the whole land of Israel. That includes the West Bank. So now this government denies any Palestinian national rights. And this brings me back to the solution that would be acceptable to me, and that is one democratic state with equal rights. And this would seem like an impossible dream. Maybe it is an impossible dream, but it's a noble vision, and it's a democratic vision. And moreover, because of the history of my family and of the Jews of Iraq, when Muslim-Jewish coexistence was the everyday reality, was the normal thing, that experience enables me to think of a better future for our region than the one that we see today. And I believe that more and more people would come to see it this way, to see one state with equal rights as the only viable formula, and the only formula that would ensure security for Israel and safety for the Jews, because Israel was created as a haven for the Jews anywhere, but today Israel is the least safe place for Jews in the world, and Israel demands 100% security for itself, which translates into 100% insecurity for the Palestinians, and Israel would never have security unless there is Palestinian independence and equal rights. And my only solution, my only formula, the only formula I can think of that would provide peace and security for both people is the one state. And one final point is that Israel has been demonizing the Palestinians, calling them terrorists, not just Hamas, but the entire Palestinian people. I regard Palestinians as a normal people, as a people which, like any other people in the world, would like to live in peace, in freedom and dignity on its homeland. Israel has prevented them, the Palestinians, from achieving this goal, and one state would enable the Palestinians to realize their basic rights.
I think that's a wonderful place to end. Avi, it's been such an honour to have you. An honour for lots of different reasons, and obviously providing us with a crucial historical context, which, I mean, you know, our media, particularly the British media, ill serves the public because it often treats news events as though they, you know, thinks day one was last week. But that's particularly pernicious when it comes to something, you know, like when we're talking about Israel and Palestine. But the other reason it's such an honour to have you is that the most important two words for me since this current round of horror has begun is moral clarity, and you've shown, I think, moral clarity in spades throughout everything that you've said, and I think moral clarity, as I've said, is crucial when we're talking about all this. So for those who've watched, please do share this video, like and subscribe. But a very special thanks to you, Professor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and it's been a pleasure to be in conversation with you.
I feel like we could interview him and do really good.
Obviously, man, that dude is just fucking adorable, isn't he?
Yeah, he's kind of like he's like an Iraqi Winnie the Pooh.
He's so adorable. He's so adorable. Like most people who end up with like gray to white hair, it does not reach that level of whiteness. Like that is like a fresh.
He looks like the good version of like the Heat miser.
Also, something's going on with your mic, dude. I don't know what you touched, but you touched something.
I think I bit this thing by accident.
There we go. Now it's sounding good. Yeah.
I have the other cord for the other mic. I might have to switch it out because I might have diddled this one too much.
What'd I tell you about touching the mic?
Don't. You wouldn't. Well, I mean,
we're waiting. We're waiting for your input.
Well, I was about to say you wouldn't diddle yourself, but I don't know. I fucking.
Just quit while you're ahead. Just quit while you're ahead.
I've never been ahead in my life.
That was perhaps one of the most succinct rationalizations for a one-state solution that I've ever heard. You know what I mean? It's so common that with it, like in the mainstream historical context, that like one state is just wiped away as like a completely fantastical, irrelevant, you know, idealistic kind of aim. And like when you put it like that, like Avi Shlaim has a really interesting position on this because back in the 90s, Edward Said was calling for a one-state solution and was pointing out the futility of a two-state solution. And Avi Shlaim actually got into like a back and forth correspondence, like a public correspondence with Edward Said, disagreeing with him, saying that a one-state solution will not work, that it must be this. And now in Shlam's later writings, he says, I was wrong and Said was right. I've seen the other end of this, and he was a visionary and he was correct in his assessment. So it's like this really interesting humility that comes from Shlaim. Shlaim is so valuable, man. Because you have this kind of like spectrum of Israeli historians, right? And on like the left spectrum, you have Ian Pape, like perhaps like the most unabashed enemy of the Zionist project in terms of his writing and his critique of Israel.
Right.
Then on the right side of that, you have Benny Morris, right? Benny Morris just essentially being like a Zionist apologist at this point for the past like 23 years. Then like, I wouldn't even say in the middle because I would say much closer to Pape than Moyer. You have Avi Shlaim, who Avi Shlaim gives his respect to Ilan Pape. They've worked together on things, you know what I mean? And also, Ilan Pape has a chapter in his book Israel Palestine that's called Benny Morris and the Betrayal of History. So you know what I mean? Like he doesn't have like many kind words for Benny Morris, but
that's Lenin level shit.
Yeah. Avi Shlaim, however, is the only Israeli historian that's pro-Palestinian that Benny Morris goes on record saying that he respects, which is interesting. So like he kind of falls into this thing. Avi Shlaim says in his writing that he believes in Israel's right to exist, but he says that it can only exist in its pre-67 borders. So that's his outright thing, is that he says that the formation of Israel was unjust, but he says it was legal. You can't call it illegal because the UN effectively said that they could do it. So he's like, whether how unjust you think it is technically legal by the UN. And then, but everything he says he does believe in Israel's right to exist, which is actually interesting now that I think about it, because he says he believes in Israel's right to exist within the 67 borders, but then he also is advocating for a one-state solution. So maybe he's changed a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, because that's like but then again, it's like, that's like saying, you know, you have to, that implies the question, can Israel remain to exist within a one-state solution? Does a one-state solution essentially depend on the cessation of Israel's existence? And it depends on what do you conceive, what is your idea of existence for Israel? Like what is it, what is that existence predicated on? So those are all questions that we have to ask to figure out if that's a contradictory perspective.
Because that's the other thing, is that like we've kind of proven, right, through our readings on like the history of Israel, that it seems like it is hinging upon not just like the dissolution of any sort of Palestinian state, but like the dispossession of whatever is left, right? The continued dispossession of whatever is left of any sort of Palestinian state in order for it to exist. Which is why we have continued expansion, you know, culminating in the conflict in Gaza that's happening right now. Avi is 1 or 2 state. He was 2, now he's 1.
Yep. Mm-hmm. But he's a deeply pragmatic individual. And I think that's how I've always approached this conflict, is understanding like my idealistic agreement with a two-state with a one-state theory, but also understanding that pragmatically a two-state solution may just be the best thing in the cards. Like if the PLO and then Hamas both say we're willing to work out a two-state agreement, who am I to say to not? You know what I mean? Like if that's the most pragmatic way of moving forward, then that is what it is. But idealistically, I do believe in the concept, the philosophy of the one-state solution.
Let me see here. So what else?
What do you think, Johnny?
Well, I mean, like we've got like another like 20 minutes. Here's an update from Al Jazeera.
Dave says he's gonna leave in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Also, shout out to Hashkush and shout out to Barry for hitting us up with the 2 subs that we've gotten so far today. It's been a light day on the sub goal, but that's okay.
Happens.
Dave will be heading south.
Sleepy David's got a fucking 4-hour drive ahead of him, Red Wizard. What?
Where's he going? The couch? Yeah, he just goes right. He just goes right there. All right, see you later, everybody.
Pull the blanket over myself, and I'm like, "Can you guys just be quiet?" Like,
please stop laughing so loud.
Can you guys stop yelling about Palestine so enthusiastically?
I've been saying I'm going to Richmond.
Richmond, within Richmond.
Rich men of Northern Virginia. So I have this update from about an hour ago from Al Jazeera.
Why would I lie? God is our shield. He is our only rock. The massacres never end. Every single day. May God punish the Israelis and the Americans. Where are the Arab states? We are slaughtered every minute of the day. Where is Egypt? Where is Jordan? Where is the international community? No one is lending a helping hand. We only have God. He is our shield. He is our rock.
And it's like, this is what we've been talking about for weeks now, months, right? That like, it's probably going to come down to one of those neighboring countries needs to wake up and realize and recognize that the expansion is not going to stop after Gaza. It's not going to stop after the West Bank either.
Right, and also, can we just point out do you remember what Norm Finkelstein was saying earlier? Oh, that might have been just me and you watching. Me and Dave were watching Norm Finkelstein last night, not on stream, just bro content. And he was talking about how he's like, Israel's absolutely mad. He's like, anyone on the eve of their hearing for the genocide would take their foot off the gas pedal a little bit. Like, and he's like, and they're not. They're entirely mad. They're lunatics. Like saying that, like, imagine being a nation that is coming up on the highest court of the land with very credible charges of genocide coming at you. And on the night before, you're like, drop bombs.
Yeah.
More bombs.
Keep dropping them.
Wild.
And it's like the middle of winter.
The Israeli tanks started shelling our homes. We ran in all directions, but the Israeli soldiers continued to shoot at every moving person. Many have fallen, but we couldn't reach them to give help. Women and children ran in all directions out of horror. I swear more than 100 people were killed. Others were wounded.
I was injured, and I don't know where my children are.
And let's pause it real quick. Just to be clear what's happening here. The floor is just littered with bodies, by the way. Like I don't know if you can call this a hospital per se, but obviously it's functionally as a hospital. But I'm not saying that to critique like the abilities or like the engineering capabilities or like whatever, like the medical capabilities, but with what's been done and what's been done by Israel to their medical situation, the lack of aid they have, the lack of resources they have, the options they have. If you just look around, these are just people on a concrete floor, just like yeah, it's fucking horrific.
And this is like probably the only hospital left.
Or whatever kind of makeshift building that they're using as a hospital, like a de facto hospital.
There was the other day, I can't remember if it's the largest.
Thank you, Maverick.
Hey, Maverick, thank you so very much. Very light day on the sub goal. So that is so very appreciated. We appreciate you. A hat trick for Patrick. Thank you. And look, Cinnamon Challenge got one of them, which is a very deserving recipient for a sub goal. So thank you so much, Magic Maverick. We appreciate all the support. I actually messed up saying Maverick and accidentally said like Magic, and I was like, no, go with it. Go with it, Magic Maverick. Go with this.
Thousands of civilians were in dire need of some flour or canned food to feed their children as aid was about to be delivered to the north of Gaza Strip. They willfully opened fire in an intensive manner, killing and injuring those innocent civilians.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
This is going on as Israel is standing trial in Gaza. It's like happening at the same. They made no intention to be like, hey, why don't we just relax for a second here? They're like, I don't know, did Blinken say that there's no evidence of genocide? All right, keep going. Blinken said it.
The U.S. is still going to cover our ass, so,
Yeah,
you know.
so like, literally don't stop. Like, if anything, we should speed up at this point because ain't nothing going to happen.
Right.
Whoa,
Hey.
Ninja King. Hey, Ninja King, thank you so much for giving. Wow, and you set it off. This is a hype train. We have not had a hype train all day. You use that. Dude, you take the. If you want to put that one on, I'm putting on the real one, dude. You hogged the real. You hogged the real one long enough, dude. Dave fucking stealing my personal.
Coming into my home, stealing my things.
Yeah.
For the one hole.
Dave's acting like the IDF in my fucking house.
Yeah, next thing you know, you're going to be pushed into like a closet or a basement, Pat.
Yeah. Happy Friday, everybody. Thank you so much for getting us to a hype train. We appreciate it.
Also, be on the lookout tomorrow for possible, not likely, because all of our phones are bullshit, but possible live streaming from the protest.
But also, I am bringing a camera, so look for a VOD potentially. Like, depending on how it all works out, we might do a VOD. Subversive history. Whoa, Maverick, 400 bits. Thank you. Make it rain with the bits.
It rain with the bits.
And guys, my trip to Colombia is growing closer and closer. I'm less than 2 months away from my trip. We're obviously doing our best to raise funds to assist with that. I've already secured flights. I've already secured some of the lodging and things like that. But I do need a couple other supplies and just the whole general thing. I just need to make sure that I have enough money to afford it. It's also obviously taking a hit on my financial toll. And also, I've sold my, over $1,000 worth of records that I've collected over the years, which hurt, but I think it's the right thing to do at my life this time. This is the level of commitment I have to this project that we're embarking on. So anything that alleviates that financial burden in the form of gifted subs, bits, donations, or subscription to the Patreon is so deeply appreciated, and I promise will be put to use to make more content. Ooh, Beanstain, thank you so much for the 2 subs, and that sets us off into level 3, I believe.
3?
The VOD will be posted on YouTube. Look for the VOD on YouTube if and when I create it.
Yes, Ree, and Chad, if they don't...
Hash Kush, thank you so much for the 200 bits. We appreciate that so much. Appreciate the almighty Hash Kush.
If they don't scam it up, I go back to the sub basement. So let's go, Chad. Open your wallets. Open
Yeah,
your hearts.
David's beatings will continue until the sub goal is reached. There's really nothing that David could do to leave this basement if I don't want him to. I want everybody to recognize that.
I want David to recognize
If you ever want to see your precious streamer again, you better kick it out. That's up to subjective. That's up to subjective interpretation. How sexy that situation is.
It's gonna be us tomorrow.
Yep. Marching on the Capitol. All right, we need Johnny. I knew Johnny was going to be on it.
Oh, Johnny, I promised Strin Sam I would.
You promised Strin Sam you would what?
I promised Strin Sam I'd ask you to play Checkpoint.
Okay.
Earlier, and then I was like, I got
Anything for Strin Sam.
There you go.
Here you go, Sam.
I did it for Sam.
Moderator and most senior member. Thank you. Storm the Capitol.
Hang the red banner.
We're storming the Capitol.
Can you turn it up just a little bit?
Yeah. I mostly have it just at this volume because it's loud for chat, or at least loud enough. But I can also then hear you as well. Because half the time when you're saying stuff into the mic, like while the hype thing is blasting, I can't hear anything you're saying.
Yes, all the bits.
Gotta put your finger on the screen at the checkpoint and pray that red light turns green at the checkpoint. And Martin Luther King had a dream of the checkpoint. He wake with loud screams from the scenes at the checkpoint. Is Malcolm X by any means at the checkpoint? Imagine if your daily routine was the checkpoint. And Martin Luther King had a dream of the checkpoint. He wake with loud screams from the scenes at the checkpoint. Is Malcolm X by any means at the checkpoint? Imagine if your daily routine was the checkpoint. Separation walls that surround in the checkpoint. On top is barbed wire like a crown on the checkpoint. Better have your permits if you found at the checkpoint. Gumming on the tower, aiming down at the
Yo, Maverick, 300 bits. Thank you so much. 300 bits, Maverick. Thank you so much. That puts us 23% through level 3. About a minute left. Gonna need some support. Gonna need a little bit of support to keep this thing in the air if anybody wants to help out. Ooh, Baldwin's Ghost with the gifted sub. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. And that is about halfway up to level 3 with a minute left. Time is a ticking.
Hell yeah.
Maverick, thank you so much for the 3 gifted subs. That puts us up. Thank you so much. We appreciate everything, Maverick. I want to see some other people throw a little support our way. I don't want to put all this pressure on Maverick. Even though it is so deeply appreciated and welcome. Thank you so much. All right, guys, say goodbye to David. Feel free to throw a little bit of bit.
To Chris and him on a safe drive if you want to support the hype train.
David, drive safely. All right. I can't hear you because somebody bumped the mic. What'd you say, David?
No, he said, can you hear us?
Yes. What did he say?
Chat, put a little something in the collection plate in my name, all right? The hype train going, and I'll see y'all next time I see y'all.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Don't look at the phone while you drive, all right?
We're gonna be like, yeah, okay, yeah, absolutely.
All right, be good, kid.
I'll try. Thank you.
Do you got all your stuff?
My chat, love y'all.
Yep,
I got my stuff.
I was high risk security at the checkpoint, cause of the oppression I see at the checkpoint. Occupation in the 3rd degree at the checkpoint. All a nigga wanna do is leave, fuck a checkpoint.
مين ضل ما فيش صحاب لنجيب حق بنفقع ضروب في ضخ تعرف وكيت فخ وتعبينا دروح مين ضل ما فيش صحاب لنجيب حق بنفقع ضروب رفيق عادي زي عبد مرتفع سكر وبتجيك في صوبك في ناس في القلب تضل محشورة وشخص من قلبي بيطلعش بس
All right, they want to see you guys hug. You're going to have to hug.
We've hugged like 3 times already, but I'll hug him again.
Hug him again. There we go. There it is.
Couple bros hugging. See him out, Pat. Make sure he doesn't just hide in the closet to scare you later.
Give the homies a kiss on the lips. Good night, as is custom.
I hear scuttling downstairs and find like food scraps on the ground in a corner. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
You ever said David size shit in the litter box?
There's just like a little cloud of weed like wisping through the air.
Have you ever seen that one of those videos where like a man like lives in a woman's attic for like months undiscovered?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
It literally made me extremely paranoid.
Who's living in my apartment? I'm gonna see David out real quick.
All right, I'll be here. That tall ass window. God, it like angers me so much that like this beautiful looking city probably no longer exists the way it did in that video just now. You've never heard people digging tunnels underneath your house on a ground floor? You know, just hearing like whispers of Yiddish under the floorboard. Such strong support. Thank you, everybody, for the hype train.
Has the hype train concluded?
What?
Has the train concluded?
Yeah, I concluded.
That's good. We like, you know what I mean? We had a slow day. Just hitting over 10, I'm excited about. I appreciate it. We I don't know if everybody's noticed, but we had a couple really good days the past couple days. So I never want that purple bar to seem like some kind of like a pressure thing or like that we're like disappointed in chat, because I'm absolutely ecstatic the way that things have been going in terms of our support, our audience, the direction of the channel. So I appreciate everybody being a part of that. Whether you choose to or are willing to do that financially or not makes no difference to us. We love you.
Also, fuck with the wire because your mic sounds scuffed.
So did that all
there
come
we go
through?
now. Yeah, no, it all went through. It just sounds like you're talking through like a fucking soup can. You know, like when you're kids and like you put the string between the two cans.
You don't have to patronize me. I know about
I'm
the
not
soup.
patronizing you. I'm just saying what it sounds like.
Patronizing. It was a bit patronizing.
I wasn't trying to patronize you. No worries. It just looks like a decoration on a mobile app because the font is tiny as fuck. I mean, like, look, on mobile, right? There's a lot of stuff on screen, okay? There's both me and Pat, and then there's a video, right? I don't even know why I'm putting subtitles on the video half the fucking time, but I do make a point to do it, right?
The subtitles are just for us.
Sometimes. Thought you all liked patrons. We do. We do like patrons.
Wait, what? Yeah, we. Oh, are you saying because I haven't read out the names? Is that what you're referring to, Baldwin? I should do a shout out to the patrons. I keep fucking forgetting to do that.
All right, do you want to do that now?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
All right, do it right now.
Guys, I want to give a special shout out to our patrons, and Baldwin's right. I have been, I think, less than consistent in reading them out, and I apologize for that because they are. No, it's a joke on patronizing. Regardless, I still should be giving a shout out to our Patreon members because, this is one way that we are raising funds for the trip to Colombia. Johnny and I have not taken a single cent out of this, and the full amount
of this is going to contribute to subsidize the trip to Colombia. So I'd like to thank everybody that signed up. Thank you, Ninja Can. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Pollen. Thank you, Rylan. Thank you, Plants. Thank you, Mystery Daniel. Thank you, All Good, All Good. Thank you, Hunger Games. Thank you, Salty Kami. Thank you, Wilco. Thank you, Radispi. Thank you, Maverick. Thank you, Takero. Thank you, Sinchow. Thank you, Philbo. Thank you, Sedan Hussein. Thank you, Poinks. Thanks, Robbo. Thank you, Frankenpanny. Thank you, David. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Gia Tears. Thank you, Zoot. Thank you, Genki's Barber. And thank you, I'm just going to call you Raz because this might be a government name. So thank you, Raz.
So, before we shut this thing down, I saw this under YouTube recommendations, right? Look at how long ago is this from? Literally exactly 1 year ago.
Wow. Wait, well, did you should we, as a treat for chat before we go, should we play that thing that you found in the coffers of Subversive History YouTube?
Oh, right. So one of the things that many people may have heard me and Pat reference, right, from time to time is a certain chatter that's no longer with us, in the best way possible, named Jidiox. Yeah. And they came in just fucking with no holds barred, talking about a situation they're having with their mom, right? Mm-hmm. And how their mom, right, was becoming a woman supremacist or something like that. And, you know, it was really weird, but they did send us one video back before
because we asked about it and they were like, yeah, this is the evidence. Like, this is the evidence that I have to believe that there's this, what is it like? What do they call it? Like a gynocentric like concept of the world.
A new woman's order.
Exert like a misandrist kind of like world order. And this was the video that they sent to prove that theory.
So, you know, we'll just play like a little bit of this.
Yeah, it's called Taming a Willful Male.
The YouTube version.
And it's female stories. Wait, hold on. It's female supremacy stories for beta males.
Males deserve nothing.
It's like half an hour of this.
Patreon.com/obeywomen. Hold on, I had Patreon open. I have to see. I have to see how much there is of this. Can you turn it up?
I have to see how much unhinged shit is on here, and I may pay the money for it.
As a beta male.
Males deserve nothing. Women deserve everything. As a beta male, you give to women. As your superiors, women take from you. Males deserve nothing.
Damn, it doesn't tell me how many people are on.
As a beta male, you give to women.
No, this is definitely real.
Can you skip like 10 minutes up? Like, I just want to see how much it changes further down.
What do you mean?
Or 10 minutes back or something like that. I just want to see what the other part.
Okay.
I just want to see.
Sometimes he would wash those very same dishes for days. His hands wrinkled and painful.
Now this is.
The women encouraged him to wash.
This is exactly like the kind of music I try to make.
The women encouraged him if he went to slow or put away a wet plate. They checked the drinking.
God, can you pause it real quick?
I guess I could.
I just want to let I suppose I could. There's 3 tiers on the Obey Women Patreon, by the way, and it is the $5 Bumblebee tier, which for males who want to support the work of the Hive is in all capitals, by the way, but can only give a little. This gives no added access to donor content. And then it's the Worker Bee tier at $20 a month, which says our worker bees do a great deal to support the Hive, all capitals. And for this support, you will gain access to some of our donor content. Then there is Drone tier. Drone, which is $40 a month, which says many beta males live to be fully trained drones, and these donors want to show off how well programmed they are by supporting the Hive at the drone level.
The last upload that they did was 21 hours ago. It's a podcast, and it says it's a new podcast about what a creeper you are and how women will use the guilt and shame you feel to exploit you. Valuable information! ! There's actually a 5-minute preview of this. Would you mind playing this just for a second? I just have to hear a couple seconds of this.
Yeah.
Maverick.
Right. This is the preview.
Yeah, this one right here.
Okay. We're off to a rock solid start.
This is all well and good, but can someone ask Norman Finkelstein's opinion on it?
Hey there, you bumbling, wide-eyed imbeciles. It's Luna Hex back in the saddle, ready to spoon-feed your inferior minds another educational serving on the Female Supremacy University podcast, generously brought to you by the benevolent ladies at the Hive. I know you are about to wet yourself in anticipation, but simmer down, dorks, because this one's about to send your beta brains into the stratosphere. I am serious because I actually considered not covering this stuff for fear that your feeble little boy brain is at risk of a major malfunction. So you better give that thing a few stretches before we begin, and maybe you won't hurt yourself trying to keep up. Just remember that simps, sissies, and basic beta boys lack the mental prowess to keep pace with the superior intelligence of the female gender. So I am definitely going to have to dumb this shit down so you don't end up
Johnny's listening. Johnny's like, I hear you.
Best you settle in, relax, and let all this stuff just marinate in your dumb little brain if you want to get anything out of this. Don't try to think about it, just accept everything that comes out of my mouth as the absolute truth, even if it seems to contradict itself.
That's what I'm saying, Quaker. It's kind of like I'm already hard.
And don't
You know, like
understand. Just know that is just because you are an inferior male, and stop worrying about it. And especially if you think something I'm saying is wrong, check yourself, Beta. Because remember that if you think I'm wrong, you are probably listening to your toxic masculinity. And you better shake it off and start nodding like an idiot until you are back on track with me. Can you do that? Just nod along and let me pour this stuff right into your tiny little male brain. Fill up that empty head until it is sloshing about with my superior knowledge about how amazing women are and how meaningless your life would be without us. So clear your feeble mind and get real dumb. Shouldn't be too hard for someone like you, right? And once that brain of yours is mush, I'll be able to stroll right past those feeble defenses the patriarchy installed in you. I will stroll past all your defenses, and I'll perch myself on top of your true beta nature, and then I'm going to give you a stern talking to. Because, let's face it, you're completely clueless. Even when you try to navigate this topic, you manage to screw it up. And I've got women lining up around the block to gripe about little creepers like you who just can't seem to get your head right. So, if you think you are ready, you better just buckle up, Buttercup, because you're in for a bumpy ride. Now, I know it's been gnawing at your feeble boy brains. Your poor little thinker is wondering what could possibly have so many women furious at you. I mean, you're such a nice, good, and oh so helpful little beta boy. At least that's what you think, huh? That it's those other guys that are jerks and don't know how to respect women? And yeah, a lot of them are. Because most men are untrained beta males. But here's the scoop,
This is a podcast?
The biggest gripe I get from domineering...
Is this the entire podcast? Like, is it just this? Like,
we've been podcasting all wrong, dude.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we just need to set up 2 mics, right? And then just start talking. And then just don't stop talking. Just don't stop. Like, don't have anything.
You just need to channel this into communist propaganda and just be like, can you get that through your stupid little capitalist head? The communists will win and the means of production will be seized. And if you counter that, you are just simply a reactionary who doesn't do
Show
shit.
the keys to the factory.
Get on your knees in front of your educated, genius, communist overlord who's going to tell you exactly how this is going to work.
And controlling women is that a metric ton of you self-proclaimed beta males are actually, pardon my French, fucking creepers. That's right. And I'm not even talking about the fun type of creepers, the ones you can fuck with. Nope. You're the kind of pervs who lurk in the shadows, leering at the women you are obsessed with, and just being a real spaz. You sneak onto our social media accounts, scouring every nook and cranny of our pictures and videos, downloading them all for your own weirdo entertainment. I mean, Jesus, loser. Do you know what a fucking perv you are? Do you even realize that this woman most likely uploaded those pics to share with her friends online? She snapped a nice little selfie, thought she looked cute, and posted it to show her girlfriends or maybe catch the eye of some hot, sexy guy she likes.
Like, this exists for people to jerk off to, right?
What?
Like, this only exists for people to jerk off to, right? Like, there's nothing sincere about this. Like, this isn't like an actual. Like, this is for like people with like a sub fetish, like a femdom kind of fetish thing, right?
You know, I think this is purely just to like beat off to, like, with reckless abandon. That's the only real purpose for any of this.
Just furious.
Yeah, that is the only purpose of this, is to just like feverishly like an ape locked away in a cage.
But also, Ninja Can said there's still 2 more minutes of this. Dog, this is only the preview.
Yeah, there's like a whole like hour of this, I think.
I have no idea how long this actually goes on for. If you had the if you had the full access, dude.
Started all slack-jawed and weird, maybe even making it your phone's wallpaper, despite never exchanging a single word with her, never even walked up to her. In fact, you probably scurry like a roach out of her way whenever she walks past you, your heart pounding with fear because you are at least smart enough to be afraid of her. That's why you are not a complete piece of garbage. That's why I'm even making this podcast. And why FSU and the Hive even try to help you. Because even though you are a creepy little fuck, you at least have the good sense to be terrified of your crush. To be terrified of all women. And you should be, you little creep. Because women will screw your head right up, just because we're bored. What you need to understand is that women like making creeps like you cry and cry and cry. Lurkers who offer nothing and just obsess over us. That's messed up.
I'm looking for the comments right now. Yeah, I see some.
Our social media.
What?
I just joined for free. I just joined at the free tier.
That's awesome, Pat. I'm happy for you.
On November 4th, I can actually see the comments. So in this silly sissy trap female supremacy training part, or wait, can I do this? Oh no, I can't see it on all of them. I guess it's because this one isn't locked. I can see it here. Join for free. Go click join for free. Up.
Dude, I don't know. I gotta log out of my personal.
Why, dude? All right, forget it. I'll just read it. So somebody named Real Silverado said, reaching a wider audience is essential. A non-adult version is perfect for this. So many younger beta wimps who are lied to by the misogynistic patriarchy, wimps who have nowhere to turn. Thankfully, the FSU, which is Female Supremacy University, and the Hive are fighting the insidious lies of the misogynistic patriarchy. Young beta wimps just want to worship and obey women who they know are their superiors. Wonderful file. The more trained beta wimps, the better for a female-dominated present and future. And then Female Supremacy University replied to that and said, please know that none of our content is directed toward anyone not of the age of consent. This must be a choice the male makes. And they said, absolutely correct. To be clear about my comment, non-adult referred to non-sexual in the file. I don't know why they keep saying file. That's weird. And younger beta wimps, I was referring to younger adult males as 18 plus. We know, we were just clarifying not to cause confusion. Okay. So then someone named H says, this version is great. It really taps into the psychological and even evolutionary desire of the male to serve women. Thank you again, FSU. The fact that you produce such great content proves that women are superior. Then someone named Caramel Glamour said, oh yes, thank you. This is different enough to enjoy as separate but related file. I'll be alternating between the two, heart eyes. And then somebody said, happy birthday. I'm so interested in this that
I need to start the raid poll.
I could literally sit here and go through this for the next 3 hours.
I have to go to bed.
So listen, guys. guys, girls, non-guys, non-girls, make sure you come back. Make sure you come back on Sunday because we might delve deeper into the realm of the female supremacy university. I hope this doesn't awaken something in me.
Oh, it has. I'm probably pretty certain it has.
Subversive feminist history. Supremacy, female supremacy.
Give me a sec. I'm gonna go unban videos.
No, that's not why we banned him. We banned him because he said something racist. If it was more weird shit, then it'd be like, all right, cool. All right, vote. Vote. Vote like your lives depend on it.
Because they very well do.
Keep voting.
Vote faster. Harder.
Keep voting.
You coming by tomorrow at like 8?
What?
The plan is like around 8?
I'm going to try to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to wake up at like 5:30, 6 o'clock and get her up. And then, depending on how she feels, I may wind up arriving solo.
That's all right. I understand. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Keep voting. That's right.
Ooh, Valkyrie of the North. That's a new we haven't rated them in a while, so I think that's good. I commend you, chat, for making the decision.
I always spelled her name wrong. All right.
We out of here. Thank you so much for a fun Friday. Thank you so much for facilitating the Dave Subversive History collaborative efforts. Thank you so much for the subs. Thanks for the bits. And thanks most of all for just being here. Thanks for talking to us. Thanks for being the most hilarious and supportive Twitch chat in the universe.
No, he just touched the wire for his mic and now he scuffed it.
It's not the mic. It's just the wire. Don't stop saying that, dude. I spent a lot of money on this mic. Stop saying that.
Really? This one was the most fun? I think this one was pretty fun. It's definitely got to be up there. I think it's the only one we've had where we had more than the two of us on, but only one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's up there.
Yeah.
Seeing as I haven't been watching.
I feel like you've been here for a while.
Yeah. You're dead. In our hearts, you've been here for a while. So, Law Salam. Possibly see you tomorrow. I'm probably not going to be able to look at your fucking chats, while live streaming. So, I don't know. Wish us luck.